Good morning or evening, and welcome to day two of Blockchain Community Day 2025. Today is all about the money revolution, exploring groundbreaking shifts in low money, in how money, medicine, and technology intersect with each other. But before we dive in, a quick shout out. We are running an exciting giveaway in our Telegram chat. So please be sure to join to our Telegram channel and get involved. Here's what's up for grabs. We've got Netflix 3 month subscription, Spotify for 3 months, Amazon gift cards, Steam gift cards, and many more. And if you would like to be that guy who wins the Netflix subscription right now, you can join our bingo game happening in Telegram. Engage, play, and you might be the lucky one. And also a little throwback from day one. One of the speakers delivered session live in two languages simultaneously. If you can guess who that was, you can drop your guess in the comment section, and the first correct guess wins $20 Amazon gift card. Okay, thank you. And now we would like to invite to the stage um, Vali, a Dubai-based blockchain entrepreneur and co-founder with deep experience launching and scaling Web3 ventures. In his talk, The Shift in the Crypto Economy. The stage is yours, Vali. Welcome.
Farooq, thank you so much for having me over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a warm welcome. Please get a cup of tea, a coffee, sit down, and be a part of the conversation. I hope there is a way that I can see the reactions of people. So, Farooq, if there is a way that I can kind of see their comments or I can see some kind of an interaction, would be very nice. Otherwise, it would just would be me going ahead and talking all the way.
I
But
got you.
yes, Farooq, go ahead.
Okay, I got you. No problems.
Thank you, Farooq. Thank you. Because it's always easier to kind of understand what people are thinking. It's brilliant to know what really is happening, right? Thank you, Farooq, for the introduction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in blockchain and crypto for a while. I am from India, Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India, but now I live in the epicenter of crypto and blockchain, which is Dubai. Dubai was one of the first places, that actually uh, lived up to the hype and continued it because they actually went ahead and made a lot of changes that affected in a positive manner across the world. We see some of the biggest events in the world happen here in Dubai. We have a lot of VC firms. We have a lot of founders, thanks to the tax uh, brackets that we have here, which is 0% income tax, which is a big thing for someone coming from India or for the guys in US. And also the infrastructure that you see, you might as well pay a bit of tax for the infrastructure that you have. But let's talk about 2017, when it kind of really started spreading amongst all of us. Bitcoin then skyrocketed to 200,000. People were buying digital cats for a few million, and the crypto circus got wild and chaotic, a little crazy. Let's fast forward it to 2025, and the circus has grown up. Blockchains quietly powering billion-dollar industries from finance to food safeties. So, how did we get here? Let's talk about that journey. I'm here to show you the crypto economy shift, hype to utility, a transformation that not just is changing lives, but even markets. Whether you are a builder, investor, or just curious, you will leave knowing that the real value lies in Web3. What's coming next? It depends on where the market is reaching. At its peak in 2021, it was at $3 trillion, a lot more than a few nations' economy put together. Well, here's a number to blow your mind. In 2021, crypto market cap it hit $3 trillion. It was bigger than Apple's valuation. But today, it's not about the spike. Blockchain handles 120 billion in decentralized finance alone. That's real money solving real problem. Let's let's find out, is there anybody else who still think that crypto is a bubble? Please, can you guys comment, say something if possible? I would love to know if people still think, and it's fair to think, we still think a lot of meme coins is a bubble. So I would love to know, does anybody here still think that crypto is a bubble? Please let me know. Maybe. Okay, why not? Right. um let's talk, let's rewind a little more. Let's talk about the crypto's wild west 2017 2021. It was nuts. People were throwing money at ICOs, initial coin offerings based on nothing but white paper. In 2017 and 2018, projects raised $20 billion. Guess what? 80% of those projects crashed, burned, and they were never ever heard before. Here's a shocker. One project called EOS raised 4 billion, enough to build a skyscraper, and delivered nothing. Let that sink in. Then there was Dogecoin. A literal joke, surged 12,000% in 2021 because of a Twitter post. A single Beeple artwork was sold for $69 million at a Christie. Can you imagine the money that we're talking about? Digital art was the gold rush. How many of you will remember the NFT days? Please tell me, guys. How many of you will remember the NFT days? That was the hype era, driven by FOMO, not fundamentals. It was thrilling but unsustainable. Most investors got burned. So why am I telling you this? Because the hype taught us what doesn't work. Speculation without substance collapses. But here's the silver lining that I'm a big fan of. That chaos built the pipes. Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Solana, the power that pushes today in the blockchain space. The hype wasn't all that bad. It got people's attention and it funded, but it was just a warm-up act. Let me talk to you about what really is happening now. While headlining the crashes, innovators were building today's blockchain solving problem that banks and governments and tech giants can't touch. There is a utility revolution and it's happening right now. Let's break it down in four game changers that will blow your mind. First, decentralized finance or DeFi. DeFi was a baby back in 2019 with over 1 billion locked in protocols. Today, it's over 120 billion in total value locked, and it processes 2 trillion transactions. By the way, that's more than PayPal's annual volume. Imagine borrowing $10,000 without a bank using Aves smart contract. Interest rates adjusted in real time and often cheaper than your credit card. Now, isn't that mind blowing? The power of codes over bureaucracy. The second, the supply chain transparency. We have had guys like VeChain who kind of build that because there is so much of counterfeit goods that is going on, which is approximately valued at over 500 billion. Remember seeing the Louis Vuittons or Hermes, where people try and get more social currency out of it. But thanks to VeChain and the other guys in the supply chain are actually bringing that into action, ensuring they are real. Walmart uses blockchain to trace food to farm to shelf in 2 seconds, not 7 days. Walmart and the IBM blockchain demo that speeds, you know, something that is perhaps like a sci-fi movie and saving a lot of money and lives too. Third, cross-border payments. Now, this one is my favorite. I'll tell you something about me. I've been dealing with clients back in the Web 2 days and in the Web 3 days as an agency, and always had problem with payments. Payments were, delayed because of some banking problems, some issues with their server. I'm sure we all have heard that. But when it comes to crypto, irrespective of wherever you're there in the world, your payment hits your account in a flash. So sending money abroad through banks is slow and expensive, like I told you. At times, the fees is about 6%. Now imagine if you're dealing with $1 million, 6% is a lot of money. Ripple's XRP settled about 1 trillion annually and 50% cheaper than Swift. A freelancer in India gets paid instantly from the US, no middleman. Isn't that mind blowing? Or why just India? Any third world country or even a second world country where they are relied on foreign payments and uh, foreign clients. In 2024, blockchain payments saved about 15 billion in fees globally, enough to fund a small country. That's the fact. The fourth is digital identity. Now, Polygon is doing something brilliant there. Over 1.7 billion people lack IDs. It's fact. You and I have multiple IDs. We have a driving license. We have a country's, uh, uh, like here in UAE, we use something called Emirates ID. In India, we have something called the Aadhaar card. We have driver's license. We have passport. Perhaps we are even lucky that we have got a couple of other countries' documents to prove who we are. But there are a lot of people in the third world countries, in a few villages in India, in a few villages in Africa, who perhaps don't have papers to prove who they are. So Polygon ID lets, it refuses brilliantly. And by 2030, blockchain IDs could unlock 1 trillion in economy value and cutting human trafficking by 20%. I spoke about human trafficking. That's a very big concern across the world. And by securing borders without corruption, because blockchain, you can't hack it, you can't bribe it, you can't, change it. That's the beauty of it. Let's talk about with the hype, right? Is it a hype or a utility? There's another very interesting thing I want to talk to you about RWA. Uh, the Polygon ID, I have a question. The Polygon ID, it does integrate with other ecosystems because it is interoperable. They are bringing in far more uh, different projects in and doing a partnership that they can use the digital identity. DID has been there for a while, but I think on its full blown, it would take a little time for it to come out in open, where people will be able to recognize it even further. A- As we see more and more apps or dApps wanting DID as a part of the KYC, it is going to be better. Let's talk about the timeline that we're currently in, right? In the opportunity in the post-hype world. I'm sorry, before that question, I was telling you about Dubai. Dubai is, I think, is one of the first countries to actually start fractionalized ownership of real estate. Now that is, for me, one of the best use case because when we talk about unlocking the real value, it perhaps doesn't come from millennials, from people who are Gen Zs, but it comes from the boomers, perhaps our parents, because these guys are the ones who actually have the wealth, but they don't want to experiment on a new asset class. But everybody understands real estate and understands the power of real estate. And this is what the Dubai government is doing, and this will bring out a lot of interesting opportunities for us over here. Let's talk about my friends at MetaMask, right? Uh, since we have the opportunity here, now let's talk about the world in the post hype. It is accelerating, and here's three trends that will shape the future. The first thing, crypto used to be for coders, not anymore. MetaMask has about 50 million users in 2025. As it is easy to download, Trust Wallet lets anyone stake crypto and earn about 10% APY with one single tap. Now imagine this as a someone who's using a regular banking app. For builders, this is a cue. Make the app so simple that your grandma can use them. I've always said this earlier that the end user does not care if they are, if they are using blockchain or if they are using React JS. They want the UI UX to be simple enough where they can get things done in a click and not willing to learn so much. Let's talk about crypto getting a bad rap for energy use. I'm sure we all have heard that um, Bitcoin's mining is adding to the global warming. Uh, that's what even Ethereum did, right? They moved from mining to proof of stake. But that's kind of challenging because over a period of time, due to renewable mining, the consumption has dropped over 40%. Algorand's carbon negative network process, uh, sorry, carbon negative network processes about 10,000 transactions per second with less energy than a Google search. Now, sustainability is nice, but it must, and it's attracting billions in investment. The third is the real world tokenized assets. Imagine owning about 100%, sorry, $100 in a Dubai skyscraper, like how I told you, no brokers. By 2030, it is estimated over 500 billion in real estate will be tokenized. 500 billion. Platforms like Polymath are making this real, turning liquid assets into tradable tokens. McKinsey also has got a brilliant graph on it where they talk about how this is going to grow to over $500 billion and even more. But here's the kicker. Web3 startups raised 30 billion in 2024, more than AI startups. For entrepreneurs, it's a clear message that build for users, not for speculators. Solve a problem about identity, about counterfeiting, and you will outlast any bear market. For investors, forget going to the moon 10x, 100x. Fund projects with real revenue, real users, DeFi protocols have earned about 5 billion fee in the last year. Now, these are the things that really excite me. These are the things that are really amazing. You know, uh, they talk about crypto being a bubble. In the new economy, it's not about getting rich quick. It's about empowering billions. Let me leave you with a story. In Philippines, a farmer named Maria used a DeFi app to borrow $500 for seed with no predatory lender, no bank. She doubled her income in a year, and blockchain gave her a future, the power of utility. By 2030, blockchain could add about 2 trillion to global GDP, more than India's economy today. That's massive. And India right now is the seventh largest country in the world and the most populous country in the world. Now, that's not a prediction, it's a plan. And you can be a part of it. Builders, creators, D apps that solve real problems. The investors back team with a vision, not just hype. I work with a lot of VCs myself. I know that they are looking for the real deal. They aren't looking to back any more hype. Those days are gone. Download a wallet tonight if you haven't. See how Web3 feels. The hype is dead. Long live utility. Let's build the future together and join the revolution. Thank you, everybody. Farooq, thank you.
All right. Wow, very inspiring. Uh, I've got some personal questions, and I can't see questions in the chat, but you mentioned that 500 billion of real estate will be tokenized, right? What I understood that this topic interests you the most, me as well. What do you see as the, let's say, biggest opportunities and challenges in bringing the real estate to onto the blockchain? Because it really does tackle the topic of mass adoption in this case. Uh, Sorry, Vale, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry.
All
I
good,
was
all good.
I was saying that in every industry, bringing in the liquidity is the biggest challenge. And Web3 is solving that problem for real estate. Now, imagine, like how I said earlier, uh, you sitting in perhaps in US get an opportunity to invest in Dubai or get an opportunity to invest in a villa in Bali. Now, these are emerging economies, and you get to ride the wave as an investor, even with as little as $100. Now, isn't that something that adds more value to you? Also, it is easier to understand for people who are perhaps not in Web3. It is easier for people to understand who perhaps are not anywhere around this spectrum, but they understand real estate. Real, real estate is such a simple topic, though complicated, but most of them have a fairly basic understanding. And since it is on blockchain, you can track its growth real time. Unlike if you buy a property where you put in like $100,000 and you have to take care of its maintenance, you have to take care of the rental income, collecting the rental income, and so on. But here, everything is on chain. I hope
Thank
I
you,
answered.
Vale. Yeah, yes, you did. I mean, of course, I was just curious about your insights. And yeah, thank you about this. We've got the questions from the chat. I'll post them here.
How do you envision liquidity and trading of tokenized real estate evolving in the coming years? It is going to be very simple, right? I think with Mantra and all these guys coming in, it is going to be fairly simple. You have a particular building where you have invested money in, and you want to exit out for whatever reason, and you see that your share in that property has gone up by 2% or 3%. You sell it and you exit. It is as good as trading on Bitcoin or any stock. It's going to be very simple. You put in your money, you see if it goes up or goes down, and you want to book your profit. You book your profits and you move on.
And the last one, I'll read it out loud. Vale, what's the most interesting and exciting project, or let's say innovation? Because you're speaking from the heart of where the whole things are happening right now. What's the most exciting project that you are personally working on right now that would be interesting to blockchain professionals community?
So I am a big fan of the neo banking system, a place where you can make payments, buy, sell things on crypto. And I want to, I want to be able to see others being able to buy and sell, uh, on a crypto card. I use a lot of crypto cards myself, and in the process of creating an opportunity for the world to be able to use crypto cards to shop, to buy stuff online, to travel the world on crypto. helping them spend their stable coins or crypto in the most convenient manner.
Okay, cool, cool. I think this is something that you could definitely share at our brown bag sessions. We This is something that we host on monthly basis here at Blockchain Professionals. So that could be another topic for you to bring to our platform here.
Sure, Farid.
I think we're short on time now. Thank you so much, Wally, for your insightful look into the crypto economy. Really, it is something that is evolving and shaping the perspectives. For now, I love the discussion we had here. And up next, we have we're getting ready for Nisheta Sachdev with her session, "The Money Revolution in Medicine." Let's say bye to Vali again. You're welcome here next time. See you, Vali.
Thank you so
Already, and welcome back. Next up is Nish, a marketing and growth advisor who is passionate about how blockchain is changing medicine. Her talk, The Money Revolution in Medicine, will show us how new Web3 tools are making medical research more open, fair, and powered by the community. If you want to learn how blockchain is shaking the healthcare, you definitely don't want to miss this one. Let's welcome Nish. Nish, hello. The stage is yours.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to be here. Awesome. All right. So, for everyone who knows me, hey, and for those guys that don't, my name is Nish. I'm just going to start with a quick overview about me. I do a lot of public speaking. I advise a lot of companies on growth and marketing strategies, specifically for Web3 and AI. And emerging technologies. And I fell into the medical technology rabbit hole very early on. It was actually the reason that I fell in love with blockchain. And so decentralized science is something that I've been waiting for my entire life. I did start an agency with my sister back in 2020 and helped her scale. So I have a lot of experience in the crypto space, and I'm also pursuing my master's in dental surgery, giving me a lot of experience in the research space as well. And because I see the research space so closely, I'm able to identify a lot of holes in, how decentralized science can really come in and change the world of research. So just to start with a quick overview, I mean, research is relatively straightforward. You have 4 different steps. I mean, it takes a really long time, but straightforward nonetheless. So everything does begin with a question. So what are you researching? What's your main goal here? What's the goal? Then once you have your proposal, usually researchers will submit their grants to submit for grant applications and try to get their funding. And well, researchers have seen that there is a success rate of only 10 to 20% of actual research that gets funded, which is super low. So when it comes to really rare diseases, you'll find that those don't get funded so often because they cannot make big pharma money. Then the third step is your experiments and data collection. So once you have your outline and your funding, then you go ahead and collect your data. And this can be done through experiments, just through other research, through lab work, simulations, field studies. It depends on whatever you're looking into. And finally, the publications. There are different tiers of publications, and obviously everyone wants to go in a Q1 or highest quality of journals, and these are ones that are recognized by specialty boards. So for example, the American Periodontal Association will use one board, and the Pediatric Association will use another, and they're all just different organizations, and there's a lot of cross-pollination between those publications as well whenever the research is interdisciplinary. So moving on to Decentralized Science 101, because I know a lot of my medical colleagues are interested in this. Decentralized science, or DeSci, is it's quite a broad concept. It uses blockchain technology, features such as a token or NFTs, and a decentralized autonomous organization. And you'll hear me say that word a lot through this presentation because for some reason DeSci just loves DAOs right now. So basically, all these kind of work as tools. It's important not to get too caught up in the technology and just to understand how these tools come into play here. So basically, these tools do provide a platform for scientists to raise funds, run experiments, share data, encrypt data, sell data, even for users, which is great. Distribute insights, and just kind of build on that IP narrative. The technology that I mentioned, decentralized science is made of all 3 components here, and all of them are backed by blockchain technology. So I'm just going to break it down, into NFTs first. Like I said, NFTs represent ownership. They're not your typical monkey profile pictures or, the bored apes that you see. You're looking at proper data sets that are integrated onto blockchain. And the reason being is that you cannot just trade these data sets. Well, you can technically just sell them. However, they remain as one data set. You cannot fragment them like other data. The use cases are, they basically allow these DAOs or individual researchers to fund or govern or co-own them. It even allows users to own them. So for example, if I'm a participant in a clinical research trial, I can actually hold my own data and be rewarded every time I do want other researchers to use it. There's licensing as well. So licenses can be held as NFTs around smart contracts, and that is used to replace the slow and legal structures that currently exist. So, for example, right now you have your business license in the US. You cannot directly just deal with a business license in Singapore. Whereas if things are stored on, as a digital asset, you kind of break that global barrier. When it comes to AI, everyone loves AI. In fact, it's one of the most requested research topics, which is no surprise, really. But it does allow for discovery, drug discovery, reproducibility, auto-generated research summaries, quality control, and it just shortens the research cycles and summarizes everything. And finally, we have crypto, which is the most taboo out of decentralized science and maybe even the largest barrier. Crypto serves as the infrastructure. It's the underlying, foundation between incentives. So not only incentives for users, but also funding, because as I mentioned in my last slide, only 10 to 20% of projects actually get funded. And so you're looking at, this complete decentralization of research funding, and it's all tracked and it's all visible. So it's no more just waiting for a big pharma to fund your miracle drug. It's now, oh, okay, this dad whose daughter has a really rare condition can fund your research, and all his friends can fund your research. And, it's just it puts the power back in the people's hands, where it really belongs. Additionally, to the token aspect, the crypto aspect does work, for voting. Users can pay to vote or hold a certain token to vote on decisions that are made at an organization level, just to make sure that, they are involved in the project. So kind of what I just ran through. Now, the problem. There's fragmented access right now. Research is behind encrypted walls. A lot of high quality research still costs anywhere between $30 to $100 per article. So even for someone like me that's doing my dissertation now as part of my master's, I have to sift through, as much data as possible. And with limited access, it does serve as a barrier in terms of my quality of research. There are bottlenecks in also the review process. In fact, one of my professors has released an article, and he talks about editorial bias that takes place when research is done. So a lot of times that when you submit a research article, the ethical board needs to approve and publish it on the publication side. What happens is no one knows who's sitting on the board of approval on the publication side. However, the board of approval knows the authors. And so his research article did find that there was a 4 times shorter wait if the ethical board of approval knew you versus if they didn't. And the average peer review was anywhere from 100 to 180 days, but this could be easily over a year sometimes. Then there's also biases and misaligned incentives, who actually gets rewarded at the end. There's a lack of transparency. Only 29% of psychological studies are reproducible, which is so small. So there's definitely an upgrade waiting to happen. Now, the solution is quite simple. Decentralized science seems like an easy fix. It fixes, one of the main issues in the traditional scientific field, which is called the valley of death, which refers to as a period between fundamental scientific research and the development and translation of that research into benefits that are relevant to patients. As someone who's seen it firsthand, I understand how these inefficiencies work. There's a lot of waste of talent, ideas that kind of just go under the system. And my professor study, and I'll try and link it later, but it shows how systemic biases, even amongst editorial teams, really impact the pace and fairness of the current system. So it's not just a new funding model, it's also for transparency, it's for efficiency, and it's for incentives that can really run on a legacy system that exists right now. So it's just DeSci just needs an upgrade. So are we there yet? Well, there are a few things. While I want to say yes, to be honest, on the institutional level, big pharma, academia, it's already decades of foundations that have been built. And let's be honest, us doctors are not very easy to sway, especially when there's research involved. We like to stick to our Q1 journals and everything else. So there is expected resistance, especially when there's status and hierarchy, and we're going to see that DeSci is a disruptive technology, and no one likes disruption. There is a lack of standards right now. There is no unified framework for DeSci native formats. There's no interoperability right now between DeSci and our traditional systems. PubMed, the FDA, I mean, we'll see when they pick up their first DeSci platform, but we might not be that far yet. There are regulations that do fall into place here, obviously, with the use of tokens and NFTs. Those are digital assets, and there's not much clarity. So there are some changes that do need to take place. There's also the aspect of the HIPAA guidelines and the patient data and the FDA guidelines on what you can do with that patient data. So while the question of selling your own data sounds amazing, we'll see when we get there. Then there's finally the onboarding side. Now, the user experience in crypto is terrible. I think everyone can vouch for that. So we do have a while before scientists can actually hold a token and trade NFTs that are applicable to take decentralized science in a different trajectory. Now, the current ecosystem is huge. There are a lot of projects building, and you can see on this list, you can see here, there's a whole section for meme coins, which realistically, no one's going to take seriously, especially not in the science field right now. As much as I love my meme coins, I don't personally feel like there's space for them just yet, but who knows, maybe soon. The ecosystem is really, really small compared to the entire crypto market, though, I will say. The entire DeSci market cap, excluding the meme coins, is only 1.2 billion, which is only 0.035% of crypto. Now, the way that this is distributed, amongst them DAOs, like I said, I'll be talking about this a lot. So it's a decentralized autonomous organization where basically the entire organization runs as a community, and the community runs the organization. So you have voting rights, and the entire community takes part in how the company grows. So they have the largest percentage of market share right now. Then you have, funding, decentralized funding, biotech research, communities, and the highest ranked right now is Research Hub. It has a treasury value of $6 million, and it basically will serve as a publication. So they've already started publications. If you're interested in this, definitely check it out, because what they're doing is really cool. Now, to kind of dive through a couple use cases, it's funny because right before I started, I actually got an email from Vaibhavv, so I'm just gonna read it out really quick. It says, DeSci in action. Vaibhavv RNA tokenized gene therapy achieves key safety milestone in first animal studies. This is huge because even to get to the animal study stage, there are different steps that researchers need to take and a lot of protocol to be followed. This is the first tokenized gene therapy project. The funding was from Vaibhavv, which is on the screen now, and they raised $91,000. Then the community raised a subsequent $300,000 through IP tokenization. So now they're basically tokenizing all of their research and actually using it. There's a whole progress update. If you're interested, I can forward it to you. Super cool. Highly recommend it. Now back to my script. Vaibhavv is basically another DAO. They collect funds and they look at longevity research. And again, it's kind of community funded. Although Vaibhavv did get $4.1 million in funding through Pfizer, Shine Capital, L1 Digital, and some really big names. And that's how they kind of kickstarted their entire community aspect of things. CureDAO rewards by data sharing. So it aims to discover how millions of factors affect human health and minimize pain. I'm not sure how many of you guys watching wear a Whoop, but a Whoop is like a great idea of what a wearable can do. So you can extract all your data. You can actually share your data with researchers and get rewarded when you share your data, because let's be honest, Whoop uses it right now and you pay them instead. NeuroDAO is also, decentralized science, Web3, and it improves the R&D process, so research and development process for neurotechnology. So some really cool things going on here. Now, a major goal of the decentralized science movement is to fund projects that were previously neglected or did not have enough market share or just not interesting enough. So Vaibhavv, they focus on research in rare conditions. The co-founder, Alok, his daughter was born with a rare condition, kind of goes back to my analogy earlier. And it pushed him to create a DAO that has now been backed by Gary Tan, who is now the YC president. Former partner at A16Z, Balaji Srinivasan, and former CTO Coinbase. So, some really big funding for just a dad that wanted to help his daughter. Molecule DAO, on the other hand, is a decentralized biotech protocol as well. They look at research-related IP, and they offer a marketplace for it. So anyone can look into IP directly, sell it, trade it, and do whatever they want. They work directly with VitaDAO, ValleyDAO, SciDAO. SciDAO looks at psychedelics. ValleyDAO looks at carbon emissions, and LabDAO, looks at laboratory services. So a lot of different aspects that they work with here. But as I mentioned in my last slides, Research Hub, is the highest ranking DAO out of all of them, just based on their positioning. Now, the future outlook, as I said, there are certain timelines that we're waiting for. We're still very early on the decentralized science space, even though it's been around for about 3 years now. We are really early. So, even though it's a promising trend, we need to address challenges like insufficient funding. There's a limited access to information. there's biased research, there's a combination of decentralized science and crypto and IPs and digital assets that obviously does play a really big role in how we move forward. Thank you, guys. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. I have my Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and my LinkedIn is my name. Let me know if you have any questions as well. I can't see them here, but Farouk is here to help.
Yes, yes. Nish, thank you so much. It was a spotlight to the decentralized medicine. And I mean, and also reading that email out loud was pretty cool insight that we've got. We were very happy to experience this in real time. I've got a question for you. With projects like Vita DAO and I did my research on the Lab DAO, gaining that much attention right now. And also you received an email from them. Could you explain what exactly they do by tokenizing animal genetics and how this approach, let's say, I mean, shaping the future of scientific medicine research? What does the tokenizing in this case mean?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, when it comes to this exact one, I'm not sure because I just got the email as soon as I started streaming. But I'll look into exactly how they're IPing their data, and what that they can do with it specifically for mouse genetics. However, I think on the user side, it's really easy to understand the IP side. So I'm just going to use it as a case study. Sorry, my dogs want attention. So, like I mentioned with Whoop, right? Your entire bio is constantly recorded. It's a fitness tracker. So you have your sleep cycles, you can put in your food, you can even put in your intimacy, you can put in all of your habits, smoking, drinking, so on. All of that is summarized into a nice little data set. And that data set can be sold as IP. So that is technically supposed to be your IP. However, right now that is owned by Whoop, the technology provider. What decentralized science does is it allows you to own that. And it allows you to say, well, you can use my data and my information, but this is how you're going to use it, or this is how you're going to pay me for it, or here's exactly where I want my research to go, and here's what I'm going to get in return. My main understanding from the mouse study is that the IP side basically allows them to serve as a patent or to put their findings into an IP that other researchers or future researchers can use, because that is another hurdle that's faced right now in the traditional science industry.
Right. I mean, opening the data access has always been a big challenge of the mass adoption, and I mean, it's a crucial step to for the sake of democracy in research, and then probably balancing the openness of the data and with privacy and sensitive data is going to be the debates for next couple of years. And there goes a question, and I'll add a little bit to it. If you could, after that, mention, I love the part when you mentioned the like decentralized grants to sponsor some of the scientific research. If you could just, it's revolutionary. If you could see that, share some real life examples. If someone has ever done this already, that would be very interesting to us as well.
Yeah, I mean, the email was a perfect example. So they raised $300,000 from the community. And Vita DAO does go through community rounds to select which projects they invest in. It's a fantastic idea. I think if you head to Research Hub, you can see projects that have applied for funding. And maybe if you're okay, I can just share my screen really quick on how it works.
Sure, sure. So it's tokenized and community-directed funding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here. I'm just gonna share a tab. Okay. There you go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So here you can see this is Research Hub, and this is what I mean. The user interface isn't the greatest, but just bear with us. I promise we'll get there. So over here you can go to Earn, and this is for researchers who want to upload their research topics. And you can see this one's on math, this one's on neuroscience, and you can add your review and do a peer review of this research article to make sure that it has utmost quality. And they'll pay you $150 in their token in order to review this article. At the same time, there's the funding aspect. Now, on this one, researchers will upload their proposals and they'll get grants on for funding. And yeah, it's really just that simple. Then you have the journal where everything is published. And it's 14 days to peer review, immediate reprints, and open access by default. So it removes all of the barriers.
That is awesome. Yeah, thank you for sharing. So any of us can jump in, and wow. I think you can see the question on the screen.
Yeah, I can. So if DeSci is presented in any crypto, can you please provide examples? So the screen that I had up with the entire ecosystem, I believe the majority of those tokens do exist. Here, let me just bring it back up. They are on. I don't know if it's going to load, but either way, Vita DAO, Bio DAO, Molecule DAO, even Research Hub here. There we go. A lot for you to choose on. You know, there's infrastructure, you name it, it's there. I have reposted this on my Twitter, so if you're interested, you know, again, drop me a message. My DMs are always open, and I love this space, so I'll happily kind of walk you through.
Awesome, thank you, Nish. Well, I think we ran out of the questions at the moment. We're good to wrap up. Thank you, Nish, for your inspiring session. I mean, it's truly fascinating. Something that I didn't personally explore that much, but I'll do my homework on that topic. And good luck on your dissertation. Let us know if we can help you in any way possible, the researchers or anything.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
And also, if you want to discuss any other hot topic or you get another interesting email, you're welcome to use our stage and platform to speak out. I mean, this is something that has to be advocated, and we are happy to support you at this point.
Of course, well,
thank you again, Nish, our new friend at Blockchain Professionals. Have a great one.
See you. Bye.
See you, Nish. And up next, we have Lawrence Houston with his talk, Bridging the Gap between DeFi and TradFi. Yeah, if you're curious about how traditional finance and decentralized finance can work together, this is the session for you. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, up next, we have a crucial discussion of the future of finance. Can DeFi and TradFi ever speak the same language? Please welcome Lawrence Houston, co-founder and CTO of Adlunum Incorporation, who brings decades of experience bridging finance and technology. His talk, Bridging the Gap Between DeFi and TradFi. Lawrence, the stage is yours, and welcome.
Hello, how are y'all? Um, so so this is a topic that I love to talk about because it's the whole purpose of blockchain. There is no other purpose except to be able to hold an asset. It doesn't make any sense to use it for anything else. But a little bit about me. Um, so I'm a computer scientist and a economist at the same time. And I was studying AI in the 80s, um, and and then went on to work in some different capacities for uh, for the new protocols that were coming out. So I was a protocol developer, um, and so this, at the end of the day, is a story of two protocols that changed the world. The first one is TCP/IP, Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol, and the other is blockchain. So basically, the before we had TCP/IP, there was an internet, and what it did was it went around the world every night and dumped down onto your computer the portions that you subscribed to, and would keep going around the world. As archaic as that seems, it was super powerful because I mean, we would be working on esoteric problems. We would post them to what we call news groups, and then the next day someone would read them because it would pick it up at night and download it. And I was having a, just to give an example, I was having a really problem with an esoteric property of the TCP/IP protocol that no one in the world that I thought could possibly know how to fix it or how to deal with it. And so I put a message out there. The internet picked it up during the day, put it back out onto the internet, downloaded it, and then of course it took 2 days to get a reply back because I'd have to pick it back up once the guy uploaded it that night. And some guy had the exact answer to the problem. I put it in, it worked perfectly, and I was just curious of who he was. So I wrote him an email and said, "Who are you?" And it turned out he was a obstetrician in Namibia, Africa, and he told me he delivered 30 babies a day, and but he worked on the internet as it was at that time in his spare time, which I don't know how, if you're delivering 30 babies a day, you had time to work on the internet. But that was back in the day where we were throwing the wires over the walls during the Cold War, which is what part of what brought down the wall in Berlin. And it was all, but it was wire to wire. So what TCP/IP did was open up the internet to normal people. So we were scientists using it, but I was on a research project in New York for IBM in between a couple of different projects, and I saw Andreessen's browser pop up. Tim Berners-Lee's had already invented the hyperlink protocol, so that was there, but there was really no practical way to click on something and go. And then Andreessen, obviously everybody should know in this world who he is, uh, did the first browser. Okay, it was called Mosaic, and I downloaded it just as part of my daily routine. And I clicked on it, and I'll never forget. It was in 1992, 93, and I picked up the phone. I called my wife, and I said, yeah, the world just changed. Normal people can use this now. So what happened was that began the process of the last 30 years, which was the process of converting analog information to digital. So for 30 years, that's what we have been doing up until the blockchain protocol in 2009. We've been converting all of it. And that's why you can send a song to 1 billion people with an incremental cost of electricity. That's why one of the things that I did was build the first travel website, which we called Travelocity at the time. It didn't scale very well internationally because of the name. Had some different meanings in some different languages, but we ended up selling out to Expedia. So you may know it as Expedia, but March the 11th of 1996, there was only 2 ways to buy travel. One is you called a travel agent. The second is you call the airline or the hotel directly to book your travel. March the 12th of 1996, when we launched Travelocity, so we had 15 million internet users in the United States at the time. And so 15 million people could buy travel on the internet. And 99% of the travel agencies in the United States went out of business. So that's what happened during the last 30 years. The asset impact of it was that 99% of there's an index in the United States. I don't know how many people are from the United States, called the S&P 500. You probably should have heard of it. It's the top 500 companies in the world, and they're ranked by their returns. So for the last years, 99% of the returns on the S&P 500 have been from this magnificent 7 companies that were involved in the digital transformation of information. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all of these companies involved in that. So that's really the impact of it. And that created an economic energy. And then in 2009, there was a new protocol that came out called blockchain, however you want to say it. And so it was running along there under the radar, where people were, spending 10,000 Bitcoins to buy 2 pizzas, and basically nobody was paying any attention, and neither was I. In fact, I had friends of mine buying it, and I was telling them, I'm a computer scientist, dude, don't buy that. That's a Ponzi scheme. And so I went serendipitously to a conference in Slovenia, in Marlborough, Slovenia, up near the Austrian border, and it's a ski resort in the middle of nowhere. People from all over the world were there. Turned out it was a blockchain conference, and I'm like, wow, I better look into this. So this was 2018, and that's when I began working in the blockchain world. And so what we have now is not the conversion of information from analog to digital. We have the conversion of analog capital to digital. So that's what blockchain's about. It's about assets. There's $900 trillion worth of analog assets in the world. If you look at the market cap of crypto, you'll see that about 0.1% of that has been converted to digital, the blockchain. So it's not really a matter of TradFi fitting into blockchain. All of those assets are going to be converted to the blockchain. And so the value of that is orders of magnitude more valuable than the last 30 years that we spent creating companies that were 99% of the S&P 500, that some of them, Microsoft and others, are more powerful than nation states. So now here we go. We're embarking on this new journey. And I like to think of it as like when we first did the internet, and everybody was trying to think of something to do with the internet. What are you going to do? What are you going to sell? And just to kind of give you perspective, this is how it was the Wild West. It was, the dot-com bust, boom and bust, where we had just to give you, we had a tech company that was pets.com. So they got that domain. Everybody's buying domains. And they were going to change the world by selling pet food on the internet. Of course, that sounds ridiculous today, but they were renting commercials during the Super Bowl, which is the most expensive commercials in the world. I think at that time it was for 60 seconds was up, $4 or $5 million for 60 seconds to have a commercial to tell you about buying pet food on the internet. So that's kind of where we're at with blockchain right now. It's like it's very confusing what it's for, but to be real clear, it's only about the conversion of analog capital assets to digital assets. Okay, so that right there, the $900 trillion of real estate, art, money, M2 money, all of these things are being transformed, but only 0.1% has been transformed so far. So it's not really about blockchain assets fitting into TradFi. No. TradFi is going to be changing into blockchain assets. So what's also important, and we've all heard about real estate tokenization, RWA, that's what it is. So the problem is, and why Bitcoin was the only asset that was created and now become a digital asset. Okay, the others are digital, but they're usually assets that are just made up, like an NFT. You make that up. A token for a company to make that up, and which is all of those things are securities because they have an issuer. But Bitcoin was the first one, and so one of the reasons Bitcoin was able to do what it did, and it's still continue to do it, and it's going to keep going, is that there was a market for it, and you were able to trade these assets on the market. And that's where, with all of these other real world assets, there's really no markets. They're over the counter markets within their little subdomain. So if you've got a real estate tokenization company, you can have an over the counter market. If you've got a gemstone real world asset, you might have your own little market. And we saw the same problem with NFTs, OpenSea, Rarified. So those assets didn't trade correctly on the big exchanges like Binance or Kraken or those kind of things. So the willingness of the market to invest in these marketplaces that's going to make this happen have been delayed because of regulatory issues. But now, with Paul Atkins as the head of the SEC in the United States, he has already started to lean towards all token things are no longer under the same regulations as securities, even though they are securities. So in other words, you can issue a token and you can sell it in America, you can sell it in somewhere else. So as you see, like stocks trading on the internet, as you see all of these things, the markets start to develop. $900 trillion of assets are going to come into this space. They're going to be traded 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, millions of transactions a second. And we're now witnessing the new revolution that's going to dwarf the last 30 years of converting information to digital assets. And now it's about converting capital, analog capital, to digital capital via the blockchain. So that's the end of my speech.
All right. Well, thank you, Lawrence. That was a very insightful look from your perspective. And we've got some questions from chat. I will be presenting them on screen one by one.
Oh, okay.
This is the long one. Yeah. Based on your presentation.
Yeah. So, good question. The the to me, the greatest barrier is markets. Markets are what made Bitcoin. Okay, it would have been useless to buy Bitcoin without a market, right? I mean, yeah, you can buy pizza with it because the guy took it for pizza, but we need markets. Like we need markets that handle real estate. We also need decentralized exchanges that handle these things like this. So the biggest, our biggest, if I was going to be working in any area right now in blockchain, which is what I do, I'm going to be working tokenizing things, right? So diamonds, real estate, art, all of these things, and there's legal issues behind that you really don't have with Bitcoin. But then I want to be able to trade it on a market. As my real estate goes up, I want to be able to trade it on an open market, not OTC, not over the counter, behind the scenes, which you really don't understand the value. Over the counter trades do not reflect the value of the asset. So, I mean, they're done in the background, by people that are wanting to do it that way. So for you and I, for normal people, we want to be able to trade it. So that's all of those. I think working together, the development of these markets and the tokenization of these things. For example, stocks. All tokens when you. I'm involved with Adlunum right now, which I forgot to mention. Sorry, but we take companies public in the crypto space, but we're not necessarily limited to the crypto space because all tokens are represent is, and they should anyway, is the ownership of a company. Just like stock represents ownership of a company with different privileges, dividends, different whatever. And so you want to be able to trade that. So I want to buy my kid a new car, and I want to sell my part of the Empire State Building. I want to go on the market, know what the spot price is, and trade it and get some money and buy my kid a new car. So, but those things are developing, and I mean, that's the useful area of blockchain. So I hope that answers your question.
Before we dive into the next question, there's the one from me. You mentioned the massive opportunity in transferring 900 trillion of analog capital to digital.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate, in let's say bullet points, shortly on the biggest hurdles preventing TradFi institutions from fully embracing this shift?
Well, I mean, first of all, it was something new, right?
Of
So,
course.
so I can't think of a good example, but I mean, well, I'll give you. Here's a great example. When we launched Travelocity, which was the travel site that we built, the first one ever. Interestingly enough, one of our main problems was getting people to put credit cards on the internet. Like they didn't want to do it. They didn't understand it. So we had to launch a campaign with Citibank to tell people and show them the cryptography behind them putting their credit card into the internet and causing it to happen. So it was new, right? It took a while, right? For people to do their banking on the internet, it took a while, right? So all of these things. So that's number one. It's new. It's and you got people like Warren Buffett, who says, one of the greatest investors of all times, who says it's rat poison, or Jamie Dimon, who says, oh, guess what? there's going to be the final Bitcoin is going to be mined, and there's going to be a picture of Satoshi Nakamoto come up on the screen and go, ha ha ha, I'm going to create more Bitcoin, right? So, and so you have that, and then that's just one thing, and that's going to be overcome obviously with just these people don't want to take the time to understand it. They don't have to. If you're Warren Buffett or you're Jamie Dimon, you don't need to understand it. Like, what would be the purpose, right? To buy another 20 helicopters? So whatever. But and so it's like like my dad wouldn't touch a computer, right? It's like I don't, that thing would, it'll break or something if I touch it. So that's one thing. And then but the parts that we need to be working on and building up is the tokenizations of these assets. So platforms to tokenize real estate, and there already are, don't get me wrong, but or gemstones, which are different because they're not fungible, right? All of these assets, whether they're fungible, non-fungible, we need platforms to tokenize them, and also the correct chains for them to be running on, because some of these chains are not secure, right? They're just somebody's imagination of how they can create a consensus protocol out of thin air, and they're just not secure. So, I mean, if you look at BlackRock now, their real world asset tokenization is running on Ethereum, right? So where else would you do it? You can't do it on the Bitcoin network right now, but and so that's one. And I think one of the most important parts is the marketplaces. So if I buy this token of a Picasso, right, a third of a Picasso, a 100,000th of a Picasso, and I got it, and it's worth this much, and on the market, I can see on the spot market that it goes up double. I'm ready to sell, right? So I punch in and I'm going to sell. That doesn't exist right now. So those are the things I think need to happen, and that we should all be working on in this instead of some of the things that I see. I see hundreds of projects every couple of months, and I mean, like I said, it was like pet food, selling pet food on the internet, and so but anyway, yeah, so that's the answer to my question. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I completely agree. Market dynamics are ultimately the driving force, and yeah, thank you for emphasizing that. And appreciate the insights. Thank you. Here goes the another question.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, well, I forgot to mention. So what we're looking at is basically a worldwide capital system, which is digital, right? So it's like you sending a song to 1 billion people with an incremental cost of electricity. The barrier for somebody in Nigeria, besides possible regulations, which doesn't seem to bother them, whatever they do, they don't even mind doing it on the black market. But once all of our securities, which is the stock market, right? The NASDAQ, the S&P 500, the German stock market, once all of those are tokenized, you'll be able to buy those stocks anywhere in the world, and you'll be able to self-custody them. Self-custody, that's not the right word. Maintain your own custodianship of your own stock. Right now, if you buy a stock, that's part of the problem for a guy in Nigeria. He's going to buy a share of Apple. He's not custodian that share. It's the broker that has custodianship. So once all that's democratized, it would be like him. It would be like the Nigerian guy going on and buying a stable coin, USDT, or a Bitcoin. It's just transparent to him, right? It crosses borders. There's no borders about it. It's a global capital financial system that we're going to be building for the next however many years. I don't know how many years it's going to take, but I, I would assume that it's going to move pretty fast. So that's my answer to that question.
All right. I think we ran out of the questions, and it's
Okay.
almost the time. Thank you, Lawrence, for sharing such valuable insights with us today. We truly appreciate your expertise and perspective. We would be delighted to collaborate with you furthermore, and welcome back to our stage again soon. We have many interesting things coming up, and your vision is exactly something kind of thinking that moves this industry forward, and we would be happy to collaborate with you on that. Now,
For sure.
you have a great one, Lawrence. Amazing having you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Welcome.
And now let's transition to our next session, where Andres Bedoya will be decoding the future of finance. Andres will explore many things from DeFi innovations to CBDs. And yeah, again, thank you, Lawrence. And everyone, stay tuned. Join our Telegram channel to win the rewards. See you in a couple of minutes. All right, we're back. Money, as we know, it is being reinvented from DeFi to CBDCs. The rules are changing fast. And today, Andres cuts through that noise to reveal what's next. And he will show how blockchain isn't just shifting money, it is rewriting the finance itself. So, welcome on stage, Decoding the Future of Finance. Andres, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. So, yeah, as you mentioned, today we are going to talk about the finance specifically in the field of blockchain. How the blockchain has all this advancement in order to get new services in finance and all of this stuff that goes around the world. So, for a start, I would like to present my presentation. Let me know if you can see it. Uh, okay, let me share. Okay, are you able to see my presentation,
Yes,
right?
thank you, Andres.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay, excellent. So today we are going to talk about the reshaping the future of finance. I put something, yeah, in little that it says money revolution day or evolution day. So why is that? Because blockchain has come here to change the way that we see money. Uh, on this case, what we are going to see today is I like to start my talks with one question, rhetorical questions that um, everyone could think about that. So when was the last time you made a financial transaction without a traditional bank, and did you trust it? This is kind of rhetorical questions. I think that that every of you have had this question before, because on the past, I mean, our grandfathers, our parents, they knew a total different world. They knew the banks, they knew everything working. That if you want to borrow some money, you need to go to the bank. So this is changing right now, and that's the reason of that question. So our agenda today define how the new services of blockchain are going to change that. For example, traditional finance versus decentralized finance. Uh, that's something that we are going to see. The bankless economy. That's what means DeFi. So the other part of the agenda is CBDCs. So governments wants to be part of this movement. They are not going to be a part. So they wants to have this into their policies. Yeah. So the other thing is tokenomics. What's tokenomics is how all of these are going to be regulated or are going to have a governance. Yeah. The other is stable coins. Stable coins is a way to protect against volatility of all cryptocurrencies. You know that the most of cryptocurrencies all time are up or down, yeah. But the stable coins, that's the reason for this name, are stables because they attach to one strong currency and they don't have this volatility. And for end that this talk is, we're going to talk about blockchain's impact. Yeah. So what is like a summary what we are talking here. Um, what is beyond that blockchain is not just Bitcoin. Yeah. So let's start with the first point of the agenda. So DeFi uh, is decentralized finance. Yeah. what is the question here? What would it take for you to trust a financial system with no central authority? This is a very important point here, because with decentralized finance, you don't need a bank to trust. You don't need a centralized institution to trust in order, for example, to borrow money, yeah, or to ask for other financial services. This is what this is about. So when we talk about DeFi, decentralized finance, we say that the blockchain system eliminate banks and intermediaries by using self-executed smart contracts. What are smart contracts? For those who doesn't know what smart contracts are, something like piece of codes that automatize something, yeah, in blockchain. So you can elaborate a smart contract for anything, for finance, for insurance, for any topic, for any domain. So that smart contract is like code, yeah, it's like programming, but logic in blockchain. So uh, when we talk about decentralized finance, we talk about that it enables permissionless lending, trading, and yield farming. So you don't need, as I talked before, any centralized institution to do that. Is is something like you trust in the network, you trust in blockchain to do that kind of things. So there are some questions when we talk about the centralized finance versus Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin uh, is like digital gold. Okay, so when we talk about Bitcoin, is the most strongest cryptocurrency that we have now in the market, but it is managed like a store value. Yeah, when we talk about decentralized finance, I mean DeFi, yeah, we recreate the traditional financial services and we create new ones in a totally new operation way. So the other thing is that Bitcoin has no smart contracts. It is just aimed to simple transfer. On the contrary, the centralized finance has to do with complex logic via smart contracts. As I told you before, smart contracts are programs, yeah, are piece of codes. So Bitcoin have limited programmability, is focused on security, is focused on store value. So the centralized finance is built on programmable chains. Uh, here we have an analogy of how this works. For example, you can imagine DeFi like a machine, yeah, a vending machine for financial services. You deposit your crypto, any crypto, yeah, and you start to think about that. With that crypto that you deposit, you can earn interest. You can swap that crypto by another cryptos. So that kind of financial services, you can have it instantly. Yeah, you can have it immediately. You don't have to wait as in the bank that you need to ask for an account and ask for all the protocol of banking. But it is faster. So that promotes inclusion too. So if you want to research more about what the decentralized finance tokens are now in the market, so we can have some of them. This in Trading View, you can find several of the coins that we have in decentralized finance. For example, there are some like Abre, Uniswap, Hedera. Yeah, so there are several tokens. Some of them are more capitalized, others not. Others are totally new. But the purpose of these decentralized finance tokens are all of these that we were talking about. So when the next time you hear about this, you know that decentralized finance tokens has to do with this, has to do with with new services in finance that are totally different for banking and that are decentralized and doesn't need any intermediates. Okay, so some key concepts just to to remind: decentralized finance are based on smart contracts. Smart contracts are self-executing code. Are Decentralized finance are has to do with decentralization because all the blockchain needs decentralization. That's the concept. That's the base of blockchain. Are permissionless. Okay, anyone with a crypto wallet and internet connection can access DeFi services. It's totally opposite to banking because in banking, you need to have some requirements in order to open accounts, to have I don't know, to have lendings or something. And the centralized finance are interoperability. Yeah, has for example, many of the DeFi apps are composable and can combine it with complex systems. Yeah, so it's not like they are apart. They can interoperate with other systems. Some common DeFi applications are, for example, for lending. If you need something for lending and borrowing, there are some platforms like Ape, Compound, decentralized exchanges, for example, Uniswap, SushiSwap. Do you remember that those tokens are on TradingView in the past presentation that I showed you? So yeah, Uniswap is just to peer-to-peer, yeah, peer-to-peer crypto trading, yeah, and there are other ones. You can figure out and by yourself what other DeFi applications can you have, yeah. So there are DeFi applications for insurance, for yield farming, for stable coins, for derivatives, anywhere. Advantages of have this versus risk. So pros are open and global access. The cons are probably the smart contracts could have bugs or vulnerabilities. So this is where it is important that the programmers that do those smart contracts have a very good quality of their code. So pros are lower cost because no middlemen, and cons are the regulatory, yeah, uncertainty for governments. So pros are transparent, and cons are is the complexity and lack of user protections because the rules, the policies of governments are not regulated this in a good way, so they are a step behind. So let's start with the next topic. The next topic is CBDC. So when we talk about this, is that how the government are going to be included in these topics. I mean, in blockchain. When we talk about CBDCs, so is like central bank digital currency. That stands for that. So if your country needs to be included here, he need to create a digital currency, the something to replace the cash. Yeah. So here comes the questions: would you replace your cash, yeah, by something digital? Yeah, that depends. Yeah, because there are pros and cons. Yeah, when when you have cash, you have more freedom to spend your money whatever you want. Yeah, but if you have digital cash or digital currency, you are going to be traced by anything that you do. Yeah, so that depends. So but anyway, so when you talk about this, um you need to compare that. You need to compare digital bills versus physical bill. What are the concerns about physical bills? Physical bills are has more cost because they need to be created, they need to be managed, they need to be transported, they need to be stored. So it could be stolen in the transport. They need security, physical security, I mean. But when you have digital bills, yeah, the government can avoid many of the costs related to physical bill. Yeah. So a government issued digital currency is equivalent to cash, but it is something digital. It's programmable. Yeah. It could redefine monetary policy and privacy. Yeah. Privacy can be a concern because all the things that we spend with our money is going to be tracked. Yeah. So there are some things here. We haven't talked about stable coins yet, but here we have a comparable table of CBDCs versus stable coins. Okay, CBDCs are controlled by a bank. Stable coins are controlled by a private company. So yeah, it hasn't to do with the government. So when you see the parallel between those two technologies, it is very variable. Yeah, because for example, CBDC are the use case is replace cash payments, yeah, by digital. So in stable coins is to protect you about protect users about the volatility of other cryptocurrencies has. Yeah. So another use case is CBDC is to replace cash. Yeah, physical cash. So stable coins is to trading, hedge volatility, and we are going to with CBDCs we need to redefine the monetary policy and privacy because not all people yeah, are supposed to use the digital currency. So that needs a very long way in order that every people in the world uh, would be able to use CBDCs. Yeah. So I think that there is going to be a transition to do that, but it's equivalent to cash. So that's the future of cash, the money with the with relation in relation with the people and governments. So why do CBDCs exist? What are other advantages? For example, have you ever done a payment who has to have a cross-border transfer? For example, I know that many of you many of you may know that we need the SWIFT, yeah, the famous traditional SWIFT for banking, yeah, and those traditional SWIFT takes 1 to 3 days to transfer, yeah, money from one bank to another bank, yeah. With CBDCs, this is going to change for seconds, yeah. So that's a very important performance issue that we have right now. So the other is financial inclusions. Bankless citizens can access digital money, for example. So not all the people are allowed to have the cash money, for example. So bankless citizens can access digital money without the need to have, for example, so an account in the bank. Yeah. So just a wallet. A wallet is something that every person can create. And the other is monetary control. Okay, I know that this has trade-off. Yeah, for the central banks track the money that they supply in real time. Yeah, it is very good, but for people is not so good that all the money that we spend, the government knows about all the spends that we are having. So yeah, that's open to regulation, but we'll see what happens in the future with this. Okay. So as we talk, CBDC's advantages are faster payments, lower costs, financial inclusion, monetary policy tools, transparency, resilience, innovation. We see that the advantages are really great, are very long. So for sure, we are going to have CBDCs in the near future. Yeah. Disadvantages. Privacy concerns, as we talked before, cybersecurity risk, bank disintermediation. For example, people may move money from banks to CBDCs, affecting bank stability. That happens with the cash right now, but it's not so easy to do it. The other is, for example, limited anonymity. Yeah, because yeah, the central banks or the government will will be will be know that we are spending anything in any, I don't know, properties, or they will know everything that we spent. So that's one of the advantages that we could have here. But the advantages versus disadvantages needs to be, uh, I don't know, regulated in order to have the best option for users and governments. Okay, summary for this. Okay, we can have speed, cost, lower cost, privacy is not is lowered because than physical cash. Physical cash gives more freedom. Control is good for central banks, but bad for individual. Inclusion is well designed, but security in theory is high, yeah, but it depends on how it is implemented. So let's talk about tokenomics. Tokenomics is something like protect uh, protect everyone from inflation. Yeah, if we have economic, yeah, for digital cash, for the cash that we have, there should be something that uh, in this case is called tokenomics for governance all the tokens that we are having right now. So what motivates users to hold or trade tokens? Is it utility, speculation, bot? Who regulates that? Who governs all of this? So tokenomics is talking about the rules that governing a crypto, how they are created, how is the distribution, how is the value of that crypto. So how who can get that token, that it is money, or what are they used for. So in this case, tokenomics talk about those rules. Yeah, how all the governance is in charge of tokenomics. So the pillars of tokenomics could be categorized on these topics. For example, supply, utility, governance, and distribution. Yeah, these four pillars of tokenomics uh, are going to help us in resolving questions like how many tokens exist, what can the token be used for, who receives the tokens, and how are decisions made in the ecosystem. Here we have a comparison table. Okay, it's not worthy to read all of the table, but let's say that we have utility tokens, security tokens, and governance tokens. We have several um, rules of governance in all of these aspects. I mean, in purpose, in regulation, in value backing, and use cases, in legal complexity. So tokenomics talk about all of this, because, for example, let's say about purpose. If we talk about purpose, the utility tokens, for example, grant access to products or services. What is utility of that? In security, does it represent ownership or investment? In governance tokens, for example, it grants voting rights in protocol decisions or whatever. Yeah. So regulation. Yeah. So all of these topics can be ruled by tokenomics. So you can look for yourself all of the aspect that tokenomics can be included, and this is the new economic, but based on tokens and blockchain. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about stable coins. When we talk about that, is when you invest in cryptocurrencies is because you need something to trade. Yeah. The first the first stable coin that you need to invest in cryptocurrencies are stable coins. So stable coins is a way to protect the users of price volatility. Yeah, that's not an issue anymore because you have a stable coin. So it's like you have dollars, it's like you have euros. Yeah. So the most common currency for stable coins are the dollar. Yeah, but it is not the only one. It is the most common one. So you can have stable coins for dollar, but you can have a stable coins for euros or for any other strong coin. Yeah, or strong currency. But the dollar is the most common one. So in that way, you can hear about topics like Tether, that it is based on dollar, or USDC, it is based on dollar too. Yeah, and the store value for this is are dollars. Yeah, but there are other coins that are based, for example, in euros or yens or another currency. Common use case for this. In my case, for example, I use uh, stable coins for trading. Yeah, it acts as a stable medium to exchange on crypto platform. Yeah, you can't uh, join you can join in an exchange or in a platform, crypto platform, and exchange your own money, your own currency by other cryptos. You need to for example, to buy some stable coins and then you can trade. Yeah, is not the in cryptocurrency there are not dollars, there are not euros, there are not all of this currency. They need to be transformed in some stable coins in order to trade. Yeah, so remittances are cheaper and faster cross-border transfers, so you can send currency to another people, to another person in another country without all the yeah, for example, um, or without the fees that a bank can can cost. Yeah, in I don't know, in any transaction. For example, when you do a transfer from here to here, is is something that it is going to cost you. Okay, so for for finishing, because we are uh, finishing our time, let's see about what is the blockchain impact, about what the things that we are talking right now. So when we talk about blockchain, the impact on finance, we can talk about disintermediation, decentralized finance, tokenization of assets, and stable schemes and CBDCs. That's what we talk about today. Tokenization of assets. We didn't talk about that, but it's something very interesting point, probably in another talk. So I don't know if there are any questions or anything that you want to know.
Yes, there are some, but I think we've got time only for the one.
Mhm.
Uh, Here it is.
Yeah, I know that physical cash is very rarely used nowadays. Yeah, at least I think that the incentive would be probably taxes. Yeah, but that depends of the government, of the rules that we have. Probably the tokenomics. Another thing is that CBDCs doesn't have to be in blockchain. Yeah, it doesn't need blockchain at all because it's central by a bank. So it go against blockchain. It can support a blockchain, but it is not. It does not depends on blockchain.
All right. Andres, thank you so much for the
Thank you.
eye-opening look at the future of finance. Yeah, you've given us plenty of things to rethink, learn about money
Mhm.
and the control systems. Let's put hands together for Andres. Thank you so much for being with us here. Looking forward to seeing you here and with blockchain professionals once again. And thank you so much. Have a great one.
Okay. See you. See you all. Goodbye.
Next up, we'll dive into the topic, diving into tokenized real world assets with Kyle Isaac. Stay in touch.
Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Simpson. I'm a core member of the blockchain practice at EPAM Systems and a member of Blockchain Professionals community, and I'll be moderator for this session. We hope you're enjoying some of the great DeFi themed talks so far today. For this next session, we're going to dive into use cases for real-world assets, also known as RWAs. Our speaker for this session is Kyle. He's a blockchain strategist and financial technology advocate, known for translating complex systems into actionable insights. And he's currently pursuing a joint MBA at Stanford Graduate School of Business and an MPA in International Development at Harvard Kennedy School. Just before I hand over to Kyle, I'd like to encourage our audience to leave any questions or discussion points for our speaker on the YouTube chat, and we'll do our best to get to them at the end in the Q&A session. And with that said, Kyle, I think it's over to you.
Perfect. Thanks for that introduction, Daniel. Am I heard? Everything's good?
We can hear you just fine, yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here and join everyone across the world who's joining in. I'm very excited to talk more about real-world assets. It's been one of the things that drew me to the blockchain space like 6-7 years ago. Actually, how long was that? Like 2017, like almost 8 years ago now. And it's something that's very close to my heart. So I'm happy to share more about it, and I'll try to keep it as little technical as possible. So if you came here to have a technical session, this is not it. I'm going to try to make it as relevant and as thought-provoking, or like something that will thought inspiring to each one of you. I have in my screen right now in my first slide, something that is not a real world asset, right? This is actually an NFT that is the most expensive people that was sold for several $1 million a couple of years back. And this has been the world that people think has associated with cryptocurrencies, right? It's this digital figment of the imagination, and how can you really ascribe value to something like this? But I want to try to like ground our talk today into the real world. That's why I think the special conversation that we'll have will center very much on how blockchain is also disrupting the real world assets around us. And when we say real world assets, what really is it, right? It's if you just take a look around you, it's the physical world, right? It's the real estate that you have. It's the commodities, the gold, the sheep, the cow, the cattle, the crops, the physical assets of like oil that you may also be utilizing and making the world go around. How can blockchain disrupt the financial world that governs the real world assets that we trade, right? That's going to be the center of the next 20 minutes that we have today. But before I go into it, right, I want to spend like 2 or 3 minutes just giving a back story about myself and about the work that we've done in PDAX. So I've worked the past 6 years as the CFO and COO in the Philippine Digital Asset Exchange. We're basically a CEX, a centralized exchange in the Philippines, licensed by the regulators, and we have a few million users that we have Filipino trading pairs against many cryptocurrencies available locally, but we also work on tokenization projects. Right, I'm currently not operationally with PDAX anymore, but I've spent my time now in the US doing a joint program in the Kennedy School and in Stanford and an MBA there. PDAX in itself has a wide range of offerings, right? Like we have tried to cater to a different set of use cases in cryptocurrency. Like Philippines, a cool fun fact is even though it is a population of 115 million people, 1 in 10 Filipinos actually live abroad. Right, so there is a big remittance corridor to the Philippines, and that's one of the biggest products of the company. We are also very much during the heyday of blockchain games. The Philippines was actually one or the biggest markets for blockchain games, and we have services catered to that. But we also cater towards the other end of the spectrum, which is in bonds. Or government bonds, and which I will talk a little bit about through the real world asset angle. So that's a little bit about us, but I want to make sure we center our conversation today on real world assets, right? And how this could be the next frontier of investments. And let me say that like through the course of the next 15 minutes, like what we will do is we'll talk about like use case, like why real world assets are interesting, why it makes sense to even tokenize traditional assets on the blockchain. What's the purpose behind it? Why not just trade on your Robinhood Coinbase account, right? What's the differentiation of real world assets on the blockchain? And we'll also talk about how it makes sense for the different stakeholders. I think it's important to like latch our conversation on this. Like when we think about whether an idea or a new trend and a disruption is possible, it's important to think, okay, what's in it for the stakeholders involved, right? Like what's in it for the investor public, what's in it for the issuers, what's in it for the regulators. And if it makes sense, it's compelling for each stakeholder, then there is a reason for being. There's a reason for that technology, for that disruption to actually, fight against the curve and like actually happen. And we'll try to paint that case for real world assets. And then lastly, the other thing I'll do is I'll give like 4 or 5 samples of real world assets that and share like how that may be, to ground how relevant it is, right? Cool. So the first point, like what makes real world assets or RWAs, we'll call it that to make it shorter, different, right? Like, it's important to note that and I think it's really just mainly these 3 things, but it's important to note the first one, right? Like what is the incumbent ledger that real world asset blockchain is replacing, right? Like the current processes or the current systems, the ledgers we have in the financial markets are not immutable, right? Like they are not append only. Sometimes you can actually adjust a whole entry and suddenly have the ownership of something change. So they are effable, they're mutable. Sometimes in less developed countries where the systems are, also have less judicious review, they are also more prone to adjustments. And actually, even in other countries, in other areas, like for example, the Philippines, some of these records are kept by humans, right? Like there is like a physical review that is being done even like at the end of the day or at the end of the week to ensure that the ledgers that the depository receipts are like being tracked and ensure like the ownership or which broker handles which ownership is done. So because it's physical as human, there's lots of room for error. So making it technological, making it on the blockchain, making it append only makes it really immutable, and that allows for a lot of trust, a lot of safeguard, in terms of the tracking of the ownership, in terms of understanding who owns what, but at the same time, like the amount of ownership each person or each individual in the blockchain has. The second is you can integrate smart contracts into it, and we'll talk a little bit about this later on. But you can imagine something as simple as a debt instrument, right? Like pay me or I loan you $1 million for 6% interest paid quarterly, right? What's that? 6% of a million will give you like $60,000 a year. A quarter will give you 15,000 a quarter, right? Let's just assume it's that simple. No tax, no withholding, whatever, right? So a smart contract can allow for that distribution of interest to be done automatedly, right? Like, okay, that $15,000 will be sent to this particular nominated bank account at April 1, July 1, October 1, January 1, right? No fail. So that because it's pre-coded, because it's a smart contract that is pre-coded into the system, it allows for higher levels of trust. And what's the implication of that, right? Like if you have higher levels of trust, you can actually, in financial market theory, you can actually lower risk, right? And with lower risk, you can actually have higher interest levels, so or higher return levels, right? And if you think about this matrix, right, of different smart contracts you can integrate, you could allow for a lot more capabilities, right? Like one is, yes, interest, but you can also allow for, like covenants, or like, okay, in case um, this calamity happens, then it will trigger this kind of payment. And you know how humans can be, or how some, even how good actors could be. When push comes to shove and you have to suddenly send payment, people end up maybe realizing they don't have the money and they cannot pay, or B, that they may want a few more days so that they have the cash with them, and they may end up, rather than paying the interest or paying the covenant like a week or 2 weeks from now, they'll end up paying it, uh, or instead of paying it today, they'll end up paying it a few weeks from now, and it may be delayed, right? But with the smart contract integrating and like facilitating it automatedly, it allows for that less risk and like that smooth transactions happening and less administrative costs as well. Right. And then lastly, it's omni-purpose, right? So you can actually use this technology of blockchain tokenization of real-world assets, and apply it for any asset class. And when you say any asset class in the world, there's actually three main buckets. There's debt, there's equity, and there's alternative investments or alternative assets. And you can actually apply concepts of smart contract integration or fractal investments, trading into any of these asset classes, as we'll talk about in a bit, right? So to ground it a bit, like think of these, right? Like a gold token, as simple as where one token is equal to a gram of gold, or an oil token where a token of oil is equal to a liter or gallon, however you do the math, of refined oil, right? And basically, the concept of real world asset is there's this virtual financial asset that's being traded on the blockchain, that's easier to change hands, and they represent 1:1 to real world assets, right? And the real world assets on the chain are a representation of physical assets in the real world. So you have to make sure that if you are tokenizing these assets, or whoever issues these assets, actually are putting in escrow or setting aside, locking in the vault, physical assets of that exact quantity, right? And so, for example, if you have like you're issuing or an oil token, like how this could work is you have an oil company who has silos out there in the province or in a certain region, and the silo could have up to like maybe 2 million liters of oil, right? Like large cubic meters of oil. And let's say they decide to tokenize like 3 million liters of oil, then they can convert that to 3 million tokens. And we'll explain a little bit in a while how this concept can make sense to society, right? And let's start first as the first use case of oil. Why would it make sense for the investor public to have easy access to oil as a commodity, as an investment instrument? We did an analysis actually, and this is true across the world, not just in the Philippines, that oil affects the prices of everyday, purchases. Right? If the price of oil goes up by X, then the price of transportation, the price of the most basic commodities also rise up generally by an equivalent amount. Why? Right? Because oil is so embedded in our supply chain. Right? Okay, the delivery costs, the production costs, the manufacturing costs, all go up when oil price goes up, right? So it actually makes sense for for many individuals to, as an inflation hedge, especially during today's times, to invest in oil readily, much more accessibly. So we tried to do this analysis earlier on when we were launching an oil token, of looking at the trend of the price of oil and seeing how like, jeepney fares, which is a public transportation in the Philippines, how the price of like local commodities like super basic ones like fish, sugar, beef, rice are also going up. And we noticed that the price of oil is a leading indicator, to the price of to inflation. So oil prices go up first before actual other commodities go up, right? Makes sense because it's It first goes up, and then everything else on the value chain goes up after. And in that sense, if you purchase oil as an investment instrument, you can actually defend yourself against inflation, because your asset will go up as it dictates inflation of succeeding commodities, right? So yes, you can have that inflation hedge. If you're a motorist, like you, let's say, you are a driver who drives your car, and or you are a taxi company, you're an oil market participant, basically, like you're a taxi company that wants to purchase oil at a cheaper price. Like you have an Uber fleet, for example, too. Then you'd want to like lock in your oil price at a certain price, right? And even if you believe like inflation or oil price will go up, then you lock it in at that price, and then you can actually have this a virtual wallet of oil that you can just redeem in the pump. Or you can, let's say I feel like I know that I have 50 drivers in total in my fleet, and cars in total, and over the next month I believe price will go up, but I can only if I wanted to hedge against oil, what I'll do is I'll tell my 50 drivers, right, to just go to the gas station, fill up your tanks, but only up to their tanks. And it might be gone in 2 or 3 days if they're really using their cars a lot for rides. But what I could do instead with this product is tell them to purchase like the equivalent amount of oil in tokens online, and distribute it, like maybe buy like 10,000 liters and distribute it to the drivers, across the month, piecemeal to their different distinct wallets, right? And then they could redeem this oil on the fuel pump, like maybe partner with Mobil, partner with the Shell, partner with these big players in your country, and it's redeemable at the pump. So you now basically virtually explode the amount of oil, physical oil, or oil that you can hedge against, not just the amount of your physical fuel capacity of the car, but of the digital wallet's capacity, which is virtually unlimited, right? That's just one use case, right? And you can think about how it can be applied across many other use cases, like real estate, where you have one token is to 1 square meter of land. And we'll talk more about that in a bit. And also to different asset classes, from debt to equities to. And when you think about, like, again, I told you about this a while ago, when you think about the use cases, I think it's very important to just think about how the different players, incumbent players, are affected, or what's in it for them or for us, right? And generally, when it comes to assets, there's three main very, very important stakeholders. The first is the investor public, right? It's us as investors. The second is the security issuers, the ones who end up issuing that asset. And the third is the regulators. And I think if you take a look at all these three, they're actually going to be very much benefited by real world asset technology or blockchain technology. Regulators find it very helpful, like because it adds much more access to the product, right? Like because it's more fractional, now it's more accessible. Because it's worldwide, now people who live around the world could actually have access to that investment. And so, like, for example, they are trying to issue government bonds and they want to fundraise money for the government, right? It's their way of raising funds. They now have a bigger asset, a bigger investor pool. But not only that, like you have regulators who have strict requirements for some asset classes. Like, for example, in the Philippines, there are some types of companies, like mining companies or certain industries, right? Mining companies, real estate companies, that have a strict foreign percentage ownership, right? Like you can only have up to 30% ownership. The way they enforce that right now, because as I said, it's like very manual. They have to like do the math, and they have to check what the percentage ownership is after all of the records are being net and settled at the end of the day, and they only realize what that number is like two or 3 days afterwards. Whereas with blockchain, they can put a smart contract integrated into it, saying, okay, cut the moment if the moment it hits 30% foreign ownership based on the the status, the nationality, then for any person, you can code that function, right? For any person with a nationality that is not Filipino or that is not, then you can gray out the buy order functionality for these users, right? So you can embed like these smart contracts into it that make it much more easy to implement like regulation. So good for them. Issuers, think about how they fundraise. Normally, you raise money, like you're a company, you're a real estate company, for example, you want to raise funds, you either issue debt, or issue equity, right? You want to build a building, it may be like 5, 10, $20 million worth, or even like $50 million worth of your CBD, central business district. So you need lots of money. You need to fundraise. You either issue debt normally or equity, but why not tokenize your first building, right, and the land under it, to raise funds to be able to build your second building, right, or whatever math you do, like seventh building to fundraise the eighth building. So if you are an oil company, right, like if you have this silo just away, like, and there's confidence for you to have locked oil out there inside the silo, then why not find a way to sell that the physical ownership of that through the blockchain, right? And now you're fundraising to your assets, and now you're freeing up inventory, you're freeing up PPE, right, on the asset side of the balance sheet, rather than raising debt or equity, which are both very expensive. And then obviously it's very clear for the investor public because it's more fractional, it's more easy to access. So it makes sense. And that's why we see a world where, you can actually start doing all of these things. So here are some use cases as we end the talk, right? Like we built this product called Price Lock in the Philippines, where you tokenize every liter of oil as I just described, and you can redeem it in the pump. And it's so easy, so convenient, and you don't need to change money and change hands. You just scan this QR code at the pump, and it will redeem the tokens. We built the app with the central bank, with the BSP in the Philippines, and the Bureau of Treasury, to using on the Ethereum blockchain to be able to roll out bonds to the investor public, and you can easily purchase at the comfort of your phone. But it also lowered the minimum, right? I think this is the most important part. It lowered the minimum amount for trades by 99%. Before, the minimum was around 50,000 pesos, which is $1,000. It became $10, right? And we launched this together with it helped build credibility as well to the blockchain perspective within the Philippines due to the support of regulators. And you have other ideas being pulled around the world in real estate, and it's very interesting to see the use cases, right? Like how many individuals in the world could afford like real estate, in such a prime real estate in New York City? Well, maybe the answer is like 0.0001% of the world, right? Like 1 square meter could be like $1 million. I don't know, like that's too much. A square meter could be say like $50,000 to $100,000 per square meter, like very, very prime spot. No one could really afford that, but if you can fractionalize, then maybe you can just own a piece of New York, but just own like 0.0001 square meter first, right? And then as you have more funds, you can easily piecemeal yourself into owning more and more real estate in New York City. So it's a very interesting concept as well, right? And you have the tokenization of commodities. This has been a thing for more than 10 years, or more than 7 years already, of like tokenizing gold, for example, where ownership can now be much more easily accessible, and you don't have to own the physical gold bars. And it's much more tradable and much more fractal. Why Pax Gold, for example, has been popular over the past half decade or so, right? So that's basically it. And I just want you to focus on these three things, right? Like, and all be all question is, okay, real world assets are so interesting. It can change the way we even do things and transact in this world, like oil on the gas pump. But you have to think about what's really in it for the different stakeholders involved. And if it makes sense, then could this really be like the possibility of the future? Cool. Thanks. That's it for the main part of the talk. Happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Carl. It's really, really insightful. So just looking at our board, I don't think we have anything just yet. So to everyone, if you do have any anything you want to discuss or questions for Carl, just type them into the chat now. But maybe I could just dig into a couple of things related to your talk there, about the fractional ownership. So I think that's a particularly interesting use case for tokenization. I mean, do you see that as as kind of one of the most important use cases that we have for real world tokenization? The fact that now, anyone can own just a very, very small percentage of any asset, be it real estate or other kind of investment projects. Sort of how important is fractional ownership as a use case to the space as a whole?
Very good question. I think that's very pivotal. And especially it makes investing much more inclusive, right? You have countries like the Philippines where 7 years ago, like less than 1% of the adult population had access to investments because of like clear accessibility concerns. Like the minimum amount to trade in the stock markets, for example, was too high of a bar for most citizens to be able to access it, right? And the thing about fractionalization is it also is forward looking, right? You know how yes, the price of real estate may keep going up over the next 100 years, over the next 500 years, and it might become more and more and more expensive. But you have like these tokens that are very, very much able to withstand many decimals. Like Bitcoin, for example, has up to 8 decimals. They're very unlike your traditional currencies, which you think has 2, but like in traditional FX markets has 4 decimals. And then if you go to like Ethereum, you can go up to 30 decimals, right? So it is also very forward looking in terms of how fractal it can get. And because of the innate technology behind it, mind you, right? Like it is something that is automated and the blockchain records are easily recorded without the need for human intervention. That's actually what provides the cheapness of cost to make it more fractal.
Yeah, for sure. And like I quite often sort of read in the sort of traditional financial world, they I think about this term sophisticated investor. So it meaning kind of you have to. It always feels to me like that term means not that they're particularly sophisticated, but they just have a lot of a lot of money to invest in a way. So I guess this idea of fractional ownership, tokenized ownership, really opens the door to the average person, the everyday person being able to own assets, and be able to trade them very, very easily, which I guess you can't do now because it's still a very paper-based system, I would say. Yeah.
Right. And even for the more sophisticated investors, like your more middle market investors, they could diversify more, right? Because everything is more fractal. They don't need to if you to be able to purchase one real estate, even as a rich guy, you purchase one real estate in New York, you're locked in one investment. But now you can actually like piecemeal yourself across multiple diversified portfolios more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess depending on the regulations, you could remain relatively anonymous doing that as well. Obviously, depending on the regulations. Yeah, I mean, talking about regs, do you think that the regulations are keeping up quite well with all of this new tokenization, or is it just they're just kind of firefighting to get to grips with this, or are they pushing back? I guess. Yeah.
That's a good. I do think it's a more optimistic and peachy outlook for regulation nowadays, right? The current, for example, regulation is like per administration per country, right? Like I could talk about the Philippines a lot, but I think the most copyable or the most important would be how US regulates. And if you look at how the current administration has taken a look at regulation of cryptocurrencies, they're very, very forthright now about it, right? They've built a commission to really look into like building regulation, particularly now focused on stablecoins, but they will move on to other tokens and currencies afterwards. but I think it's taking a real step towards the right direction.
Yeah, that's good news. Lots of work for the regulators there, of course. Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe kind of just one sort of final discussion point around the actual assets that these tokens represent. So I sometimes sort of feel like that, the tokenization is very transparent. So if you own your keys, you get very accessible proof online that you own that token. But it sometimes feels like there's not enough proof that the real world asset that your token represents is kind of really there. I think it's sometimes a criticism of something like a stable coin like Tether,
right.
that they don't publicly or they don't enough make transparent all the investments that are behind. There's lots of discussion, right, about do they hold all of those assets that equal the value of those tokenized assets? And I guess, I mean, is there any way around that? Is it just something that we have to accept, that there's always going to be a trust element there, that those real world assets are there? Could regulation help? Maybe is there a technical way that we can achieve that? Any views that you have on that?
No, for sure. So it's a market, right? So in the end, like, there will be many players, and I think there will be players who will be more trustworthy because they will establish third-party audits. They'll establish ways on proving authenticity of like traditional assets being put into escrow as they tokenize the digital version. And I think my view is, like, yes, there will be many players, and the ones who will actually win, who will actually become really big, are the ones who are able to give like proofs, not just like play on trust, but proofs that will embody that trust. And you, for example, like Circle just listed themselves like Thursday last week in the U.S. stock markets, by being a public company. USDC, which is what Circle, the company's behind. Circle's the company behind USDC stablecoin. By becoming a listed company, they're signaling that they are willing to be audited and that they're willing to have all of their financials open. Right, so that is a big sign of symbol that enhances the level of trust in USDC, for example. And in terms of other companies like PaxG, or like where you basically have to ensure that there is an ownership. Like, I think third-party audits, wherein a third-party auditor will take a look and ensure that there is an ownership, or an escrow function wherein you actually surrender the assets to an financial institution like HSBC, JP Morgan, right, Goldman, and put the asset in escrow to a third party, would be strong signals that will show proof of ownership.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So we have to keep some of the traditional ways of trust in kind of in limited companies and regulation, but the kind of the front end, the tokenization, is what becomes very decentralized and far away from what we're used to.
Exactly. Interesting.
Yeah. And I guess the smart contracts themselves. Obviously, there's a number of audit companies around now, isn't there, that can ensure that the contracts themselves are highly secure and transparent and do what they're supposed to, of course. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, I think we've just about run out of time. On behalf of blockchain professionals, Carl, I'd like to thank you for your time today. It was a great talk and great discussion. And for sure. And for everyone listening, please stay tuned. Coming up in 5 minutes, continuing our DeFi theme of the day, expanding horizons of DeFi.
Perfect. Thanks, Daniel. It was nice meeting you.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. For this session, we're going to continue diving into the fast and exciting, evolving world of DeFi. This session is titled Expanding Horizons of DeFi, and our speaker, Alexandra, is a leading voice in DeFi governance, ecosystem design, and Web3 community growth. And she's widely known in the community as daoasha. Sasha, over to you. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for hosting us today. Happy to share a little bit more about basically what we are building with 1inch. And yeah, this is the presentation that our co-founder Sergey is usually sharing on his presentations at the conferences. I added a little bit more of history. So let's go. I don't know if you guys know, but basically we are a big fans of hackathons. And the 1inch is who 1inch now is just because guys teaming up at the hackathon in New York back in 2019. And the reason basically why 1inch was created is just because there was a problem. And coming back to basically the history of the swaps, when the crypto entered to the market, and when you really have a crypto and you needed some fiat money, you basically using some P2P exchanges. Then basically we saw another improvement of user experience, which is DEXs, thanks to Uniswap. And then basically there were a couple of other DEXs during that period of time. And our co-founders basically needs to, and not only co-founders, basically everyone needs to check themselves the rates on the market. And then basically at the hackathon, they decided, why not just to basically create something that will check all the rates on the market and provide you with the best during the hackathon. That's how we happened. And this is where we now. So we're basically covering 655 billion. Basically, it's actually 660 total volumes. And we now have more than 23 millions of unique wallets. And basically already have more than 170 millions of wallets. But the beautiful things is we have basically 160 contributors all over the globe, the beautiful team who are trying to improve the user experience, solve issues on the market, provide the better quality, best rates, and yeah, keep growing. This is a little bit of history, but let's come back and jump into basically DeFi itself. As I mentioned, we've developed our solution in 2019, and this was the period when DeFi summer happens. And this was the period when basically people start learning what decentralized finance is. And the decentralized finance is basically the things, the finance that are limited, that it's itself. The term itself describing itself, themselves. So again, coming back to my slides, it's when you are in DeFi, you have a global access 24/7 to your finance. You don't need to basically do any credit check verification, same that you are doing in the bank. If you need to just have account set it up, you can just go directly to any wallets that existing on the market and basically create this wallet for yourself. And there is no minimum balance required to basically proceed with any operations on the market. Also, DeFi has some custom qualities. One of these qualities is composability, meaning that basically it combines, you don't need to basically diverse different operations. You can just go and dive into any protocols on the market and do dedicated operations, which is basically swaps, which is exchange one token to another. You at the same time with the same liquidity in the same wallet, maybe sometimes you just can go and all this basically swaps is optimized, and you can basically do the subscription model and ask the protocol to charge some certain amount of your crypto for dedicated basically transactions, or basically automate and batch the transaction flow for dedicated functionality, as well as you can, if you want to stake and farm some rewards, you can do the staking, which is one of the alternative way as in bank called deposit. And the same thing is basically money market. What means money market is that basically you can borrow some stuff as an exchange of your crypto. This is basically, there was one quality. The another quality is DeFi is trustless, meaning that you don't need to trust anyone else. You don't need to sign the contract, paper one, I believe. You don't need to go to any third parties using any legal authorities. You just go, do the transaction signing and execute. So this is there is a good term that you usually use in crypto, which is don't trust, verify. But verify, you can verify in any basically blockchain explorers on the market. So basically also DeFi is non-custodial, or we call it self-custodial, meaning that no basically middleman needed and no deposit required to execute any transactions and operations on the market. But you have to be careful with your private keys. That's 100%. So coming back to some statistics right now, where the DeFi market is. So the traditional finance market right now, you can see this on this slide, is over 123 trillions of dollars, and basically daily trading volumes is over 300 billions. The total crypto market, including self-custody and centralized solutions, is over 3.4 trillions and over 100 billions of dollars trading volumes. And basically you see what is the big basically DeFi is now at the very beginning of the growth, I would say, and we can see how bigger the DeFi can be. And yeah, this is just 120 billion of dollars, which is now locked in DeFi. When it comes to basically DeFi fragmentation, we can see that basically liquidity is fragmented across various of the DeFi ecosystems, and still Ethereum is leading on that part, and we have other EVM compatible chains and non-EVM compatible chains who is now trying to take the lead, but still it's not like it's still we still have basically the potential to grow. And this is where the potential can come from. Also coming back to the very first OG currency that make the basically DeFi happen is BTC, and yeah, market cap is just 2.5 trillions. And this is basically also not just DeFi, it's also basically the whole centralized exchange market. There is anything that basically better than centralized exchange? I'm always like, people are asking questions to us when we're traveling across different conferences, and I believe the question is basically intent-based swaps, because there are some limits. The people saying there are some limits in DeFi ecosystem because of the basically entry points. You really need to understand basically how to store your keys. You need to understand how to execute the swap transactions. Sometimes you need someone to guide you on the dedicated steps. And there are some limits also on basically on the DEX liquidity, as you saw previously on the statistics. And intent-based swaps literally can help in combination with the basically atomic swaps. And this is basically how we call intent-based atomic swaps. This is the solution that we developed recently, and this is this solution basically helping to combine all these different chains that I shared in the previous slide, and let the liquidity migrate. What is basically one-inch swap and basically the cross-chain swap itself? So let's start just from the one-inch swap. And the intent-based swap, what is the difference? Coming back to the classic one swaps, how it works. So basically, you as a client go, or you as a customer go to any kind of DEX platforms. You put basically your request that you want to swap one token to another, and then basically the DeFi platform showing you the rate, and if you agree, you just execute the swap. The difference between intent-based swaps is that, and you can do either, basically that classic swap you can either do on the DEX. You can the rates will be provided just with a certain DEX. Or if you do this swap on 1-inch swap, we are checking over 500 different liquidity sources and provide you with the best rates when you want to swap one token to another. What is the analogy basically on the market right now is not right on the Web2 market, is that when you, for example, want to buy the flight tickets, you most probably go to some flight aggregators like Skyscanner, for example, and you want to fly, I don't know, from Dubai to Bangkok to get some rest. And this tickets aggregator is checking different liquidity, basically tickets sources, and provide you the information that on this dedicated platform, the price for this ticket is better. So the same thing 1inch or other aggregators is doing for the rates for the swaps. And the improvement that I just mentioned is when you do the intent-based swaps, we are not just checking those liquidity sources. We're also checking the centralized exchanges. We're checking other dedicated custom liquidity sources. And in this case, the rates will be even better. And it will happen in the self-custody way. Also, this sometimes in the classic way of doing swaps, users forcing with the sandwich attacks. And the intent-based swap basically we improved this user experience by basically implementing the MEV protection by design. Also, we improved the gasless opportunities, but it is only available on the EVM chains. It's not available on, for example, the chains like Solana, which their architecture is not allowed to do that. And as I mentioned about the liquidity, so basically it's liquidity across the entire market. We have this part called resolvers who are responsible for basically bringing the liquidity all over the different markets. So meaning like covering all that part, I would say that basically the future of trading is 24/7 self-custody trading with a different, and it shouldn't be just focused with the crypto. We hopefully will be able to basically implement this big trend of real world tokenization, and all these things will be happening with the new improvement of the swap design, which is intent-based, hopefully atomic swaps. Not your keys, not your money. We're still, as DeFi Dreamers, promoting and asking everyone to join the self-custody army, DeFi Dreamers like us and other DeFi builders. And if you want to try the basically 1inch swap across different chains that I've just mentioned, feel free to do it with this QR code. And I hope I can answer all the questions that might exist today. Now, yeah, I think I'm finished with my short introduction. Daniel, if you can join. I think I was a bit nervous. So maybe it was a bit confused. The presentation wasn't really structured, but honestly, happy to just answer the questions if you help me to guide and clarify something that wasn't clear enough. Happy to do that.
Yeah, no, it's very very insightful, Sasha. Thank you. Yeah, just looking down at the board, see if we have anything here. Okay, we've got one from the blockchain professionals. They ask, for new users intimidated by DeFi, which feature, gasless swaps or self-custody, would you say does the most to drive adoption?
Of course, it's gasless swaps most probably, because they don't need to basically take care of any native token and native basically currency on the chain. They just can enter, create the wallet, and do the transaction execution. Self-custody is still important, but yeah, gasless is the more productive feature. But again, coming back to basically the history, DeFi is evolving. So we started as just in the DEP solution for the B2C customers. And now we are heading to the direction of the institution. And we showed this use case of 1inch.io DApp, where we have this insane amount of the volumes. But then we saw basically the interest of the B2B clients. Like if you name me the wallet, like MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Ledger, other like top 100 wallets, they are now using such solutions as us under the hood to basically execute this transactions swap. So the mass adoption I don't think that we as a DeFi builders responsible for the mass adoption. I believe that mass adoption should happen on the wallet side, and wallet basically has to add those fruitful features like account abstraction or smart wallets, social wallets, and basically having this best rates in addition to the very smooth onboarding can make the mass adoption happen, especially in addition with the gasless as well. So that's what I can say.
That's great. We've got another one. What are the 1inch multi-chain liquidity goals?
If I understood the question correctly, why we basically build this cross-chain and what is basically the roadmap? The roadmap for that is basically to build the biggest cross-chain liquidity self-custody solution. The difference between 1inch cross-chain solution and the other like bridges is that we're not relying to any bridges itself. We're this also make the solution secure, and this also make the solution available for any other developers to build on. This open source basically technical improvement that you can use and basically deploy this implementation into other chains. So we're not limited with just EVM implementation. As I mentioned, we're now just released the implementation of Fusion to Solana. And now we're teaming up with the Ethereum global team to surprise you on some other improvements for the L1s. So soon enough, you will see the announcement on that part. So the goal for the 1inch cross-chain and multi-chain liquidity is to invite developers to build the custom implementation of our Fusion into different chain. Thus, the liquidity will migrate all over the market. So it will also allow more people to enter the market, and maybe also invite institutions to start paying attention on the DeFi even more, because maybe in this case, the amount of the volume that we will reach will be more fruitful for them to start doing the execution, like transaction execution on their part.
Oh, great. Maybe I'll just chip in with one myself before we move on to another one from the chat. So we're talking about you've mentioned gasless. Could you tell us a little bit more about that one for those that are not familiar? Because when I think of transactions, I'm thinking, someone's got to pay gas somewhere, right? If something's being traded, something's on chain.
So basically in our case, it's resolvers who basically helping to cover this gas costs. So usually in the classic, when you want to basically send the transaction in Ethereum blockchain, you have to have some Ethereum on your wallet to execute this transaction. And when you want to send, I don't know, USDT to the other wallet, it will basically cost something. And in our case, in the Fusion implementation, so you basically put this order into the basically market, and the order and the resolver will basically put the certain amount of the tokens that you want to send to the contract address that you specified. So not user paying any gas cost, but the resolver is covering this cost for the user. This is how it works.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. Because you can't avoid the gas costs overall. Someone has to pay it, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go with our next. We've got another one from Dastan. As BD head, how do you envisage collaboration between protocol teams and specialized firms to strengthen on-chain liquidity?
Well, I don't know in which way this question is guiding, but I can say how we are collaborating with professional market makers. In this case, we basically invite them to join us as the resolvers and provide this additional liquidity sources for the best rates to our customers. This is what I can suggest to other DeFi protocols and aggregators to do so. And in any other case scenarios, it depends on the protocol and what protocol is basically focusing on, whether it's a staking, restaking protocol, money market protocol. It depends. It always depends. I cannot say in which basically way we have to work with the market maker. So if you want to, if you are basically a market maker and you want to collaborate with us, you can just reach out at daoasha and we can find a way to to work with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
I just answered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be a resolver and you can basically act as a PMM source. Yeah, feel free to just DM me anywhere in Twitter, Telegram, LinkedIn with my nickname, which is you can see it here, like at daoasha.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, nothing else for now, I think. But maybe just another one from me. Do you think that overall the kind of DeFi space and for an end user, the kind of process of going through swaps is becoming easier generally in terms of like UX and wallets? Are we seeing improvements overall?
I would say that intent-based basically, I would say within intent-based architecture, we can see that first, the swaps now is more protected through the MEV attack, like basically from they are protected with the MEV by design, and all major wallets basically adding this protection either natively or using the third-party providers, so there is no sandwich attacks during the swaps. I would say that through the intent base, we can again have the swaps gasless, so users do not take care of the basically native token to execute this transaction. And again, we have more liquidity, so better rates. These 3 points for sure improve the basically user experience for the swaps, but not just this part has to be improved. I believe that to have the better user experience on the wallet side is important, and this is what I feel like we will see in a couple of months, knowing that the most of the wallets now restructuring their designs through and implementing the fusion, or not fusion, but the intent-based architecture, we'll see even more improvements. Because still, most of the wallets now troubleshooting the user experience by just adding new features separately, not like all in one. And I hope in the future we'll see that basically intent based is the improvement. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think account abstraction and just kind of because I always feel like people are talking about their keys a lot, right? And they're just afraid of losing their
Yeah,
keys.
account abstraction.
Yeah, and so I sometimes sort of think though there's not a great way of if you lose your key, you lose your key, right? But yeah.
Yeah, maybe some improvements on the recovery part. There was a lot of basically conversations around account abstraction, and like this 4431 technical improvements, smart wallets from the Safe team. But recently, the Ethereum Foundation released the new basically upgrade on the ERC20. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's 7701, which basically can really help on the improvements of the user onboarding, but it's not through the just dedicated account abstraction things. Because what is the bad thing on account abstraction? Because many teams try to basically develop their own account abstraction tool separately, but blockchain is about composability, and all these different account abstraction tools were not composable. And again, I have my wallet, like I have my Trust wallet or MetaMask wallet, and they have a different flow on how to use this account abstraction. And to make this mass adoption happen, we all have to agree on what is basically this account abstraction is, and then start to implement it. Like when we have kind of Google recovery on all these basically platforms that we have. So we have to just go and recover through the email. So we need to agree on how we recover in the phrase on the, not just on the wallet level, but on the basically layer itself, on the chain level, maybe, or maybe even on the ecosystem level. And in this case, it will work. Otherwise, I will forget which basically tool I used to create the wallet on, and how to recover. This is my thought. So I feel like account abstraction is a good thing, but it should be also improved.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah. Okay, I think just looking at the board, we don't have anything else that's being asked, so I think we can probably wrap up there. Sasha, thanks very much today on behalf of blockchain professionals.
Yeah, if you will be traveling around the globe, visiting different events, come to 1inch booth. We have a good merch. Come to talk to our team. Please share the feedback. Subscribe to our socials. We really like to see community active and participate in the hackathons. And I just want to say that, we're talking about the mass adoption and bringing the first billion of users. And I don't know if you are listening to these talks right now. I want to ask you today to educate at least one person in your network, and thus we will make the mass adoption happen. So go to cafe, taxi driver, your mom, your sister, your relatives. Just show how to basically create the wallet. And then we will already have at least +1. And if everyone today will do this action, we'll have plus maybe 100 or plus 1,000. So slowly, we will make this mass adoption happen, and you will see this beautiful DeFi world without any limits. And where you can control your money and your keys. That's what I wanted to finalize.
Yeah, that's I think there's some great words to finish, and spread the word for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can all do our bit. Exactly. It's still a very early days in this space.
100%. Yeah, it's just 650 millions. I checked the statistics, so it's not just, we still need 450 millions. Oh no, 350 millions to onboard.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Sasha, thanks very much again. Good luck with 1inch, and to everyone watching, please stay tuned. Coming up in 10 minutes for the last talk of the day on blockchain and digital money, continuing the DeFi theme. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sasha Pitkevich, and today we are presenting the last piece of the information. And we have a special guest. We have Alistair Robert Brown, who is EPAM's Global Head of Payments and Open Banking. Hi, Alistair. How are you doing today?
Hi, everybody. I'm doing very well, thank you. Raring to go. So much to say, so little time.
Yes, but we have time, and let's start. Alistair, tell us a little bit about yourself, your role at EPAM, and what actually you are responsible for, so our audience knew you better. Because after that, I'm going to torture you with the questions which are not about traditional financial systems, but about stable coins.
Well, that's exactly the point. So I'm the global head of open banking, payments, digital money. I've been with the company for 10 years. I've reported to FB throughout that entire phase of time because he sees this as a way of cutting through into modern banking in all its forms. We consult, design, and build in this space, and it's very important that that's understood as a continuum from A to Z, start to finish, soup to nuts, if you like, because the consulting part is understanding all of the complex new legislation, regulation, as well as the new technology. And those external factors are completely changing the game radically across the world, but in different ways, at different speeds, for different reasons. And that's what keeps us so damn busy, because what's happening in Europe may be different from the States, and again, from the Middle East, and so on and so on. And if you take open banking as just one example of that, it began as a European concept. We did a whole load of programs modernizing and changing and adapting the whole ecosystem in Europe. And then, of course, suddenly Dodd-Frank 1033 creates the American environment to make that happen. 7 or 10 years after the Europeans did it, we did a lovely little conference down in the Middle East just 3 weeks ago on what the Middle East is doing to reinterpret that, and so on, and so on, and so on. We read the regulations, and you'll hear about that in a minute regarding stablecoin. We recognize what the changes that should come about could be with all of our clients, tier 1 banks, challenger banks, fintechs, and then, of course, the card companies trying to stay in the game. We work around the entire ecosystem worldwide. It's very, very lively. These are all transformational programs, and we've, as a result, cross-trained a lot of developers and solution architects and BAs in the domain through my internal academy, so that everybody can understand what this stuff is all about, because there's an incredible amount of complexity. Payments, just to be clear, should be dull, boring, predictable, seamless, invisible. It's none of those things. It's very lively. It's prone to error. It adopts new technology, sometimes too slowly, sometimes too quickly, but it's a fascinating space. So we've got people all over the world doing some great things with MasterCard, with Visa, with American Express, with Santander Bank, with a whole bunch of others. And this will become clearer as we talk about stablecoin, which is the new kid on the block. Well, 10 years old, as the graphic behind us shows. It's been around for 10 years, but this is the year everybody's talking about it. Back to you, Sasha.
Alistair, that's exactly the point, because, well, you know that I'm coming from a different world, from the crypto world and from the world of the decentralized systems. And I was been speaking for years, like last 5 years, I've been talking about the stable coins, cryptocurrencies, but suddenly, last year, we've seen that the major financial institutions in the payment chains, like you mentioned, like Visa, PayPal, Stripe, they started to integrate stablecoins into their core services. What do you see as the main driver behind this rapid institutional adoption? What has changed that now we have this avalanche of cryptocurrencies dissolving into traditional payment systems?
It's a fascinating pivotal moment in the history of finance, quite simply. There are now 150 stable coins out there, and that's going to accelerate rapidly, as this picture behind me suggests. So what's going on? There's a political element which we need to emphasize, because how do we avoid volatility? Because the volatility of cryptocurrencies is one of the main reasons that crypto has been kept to the edges of the financial services world. We make it stable by tethering it one-to-one against a different fiat currency, and it's usually the dollar. 99% of those stable coins are tethered to the dollar. There are 3 or 4 different types of stablecoin, which we'll talk about in a minute. But effectively, once it's tethered to the dollar, we eventually, inevitably, we favor the dollar as a worldwide currency. One of the major trends out there is de-dollarization. Mr. and President Donald Trump is furious because he doesn't want de-dollarization. He wants the dollar to continue to dominate world finance. I guess he would, wouldn't he? The fact is, we'll talk about CBDCs in a minute, but as soon as central banks adopt their own digital money, that's not connected to the dollar at all. So he's trying like mad to disfavor CBDCs and favor stablecoin because they're always tethered most likely to the dollar. You can tether it to something else to create that stability that's necessary for it to be a convincing and sustainable and secure method of payment. Gold, yes, as an alternative, and indeed commodities of any sort. And there's also algorithmic manipulation that we can talk about later as the basic stablecoin method. But because most of it's tethered to the dollar, it means the American companies that are fintechs, like Stripe, like PayPal, and indeed Visa and all the rest, they will continue to survive by tethering some sort of stablecoin, favoring some sort of stablecoin, tethering it to the dollar. So that's the first thing to understand. There is a new product out there at PayPal. It's called PYUSD. It is the PayPal stablecoin product. And what they're doing is driving it into all of their merchant relationships. And there are about 20 million of those. So this is effectively making the relationship with American small and medium-sized enterprises, the merchants doing small-scale work across all of America, to make that whole business of payment a lot smoother. You have to bear in mind that the traditional way of Americans in small business to pay in and out for whatever it is the check. They are mad about checks. Checks died a death in the UK about 25 years ago. Hardly anybody uses them at all. And yet, over there, the check is ready for displacement. And this is a brilliant case in point where the stablecoin product and process and channel can completely blow that away. They've only just started. As I say, PayPal invented that this year. It was launched this year, 2025. Visa's got a similar thing for similar reasons. A couple of years ago, 2023 to be exact. But this is a major point of change because what it makes the payment do, excuse me, it's been a long day, is effectively modernize the settlement infrastructure, but it makes the whole process quicker, cheaper, and more reliable. And that's a brilliant combination.
Well, I'm glad to hear about the checks because honestly, coming from Europe to Hong Kong, there was a challenge for me to learn because I'm still paying for kids' school writing checks. They don't accept anything else. So we need this change. But what I hear with all of this is, I mean, I'm meeting the constant challenge, discussing with all possible traditional financial institutions implementation of crypto, because they all are doing POCs, but kind of reluctant to go live because of the legislations, because of the legal framework and its absence. How do you think the current development of the legal frameworks worldwide supporting or preventing the implementation of stable coins for traditional financial institutions? Because we all know that non-traditional one exists for about 10 years. Look at the USDT. But how that's in a traditional atmosphere?
So it's exactly the right question because until the main traditional financial institutions adopt digital payments, digital money in any form, it will remain an external and fairly small affair. What has happened in the last 10 years is these stablecoins, the 150 I've mentioned, have gradually formed a good head of steam $250 billion is the collective market capitalization of stablecoins right now. That's an enormous amount of money. It's significantly smaller than it could be, though. But what is happening is that effectively, with all of the models coming through, regulation has been laggard to that. They've missed the boat. They're trying to catch up. Last month, May of 2025, we finally got a federal US regulation around this stuff. Up until then, it was only individual states within the US that had actually formulated a regulation around what it should be, what it should not be, because there is a real danger of fraud that comes from this process. It is open to fraud, that the AML risk is significant, and there has to be a framework around that to protect the users. Otherwise, a lot of money, be it digital or fiat, will simply disappear. And there are many cases of that being the case. If I look at some of the models here, so let's look at what they can be. One of the ways to stabilize a stable coin, if you like, is overcapitalization. So the idea is that if there is a risk, there is a pool of funding available to catch any shortfall that's the result of volatility. That's really dangerous. And there have been cases historically in the last 10 years when the value of a stablecoin has fallen off the cliff. And it's actually in the picture behind this ear here, if you look really closely. That was the moment when regulation really did start to tighten up, because they realized that many people could lose a lot of money very quickly. So that's called depegging. So when this one-to-one peg to the fiat currency in question simply doesn't work, and the whole thing slides into absolute random volatility. It's been known to happen, and what we need to do is make sure it cannot happen. The most dubious, and I'd like Sasha to talk about this one a little bit for us, that the most complex of the four models out there is algorithmic manipulation. It represents only 0.2% of all of the stable coins out there, so it's a tiny, tiny proportion. However, it's out there, and what it does is fit together a calculation set of enormous complexity to ensure that the token supply never runs out. Now, most of them are tethered to the dollar, 87% tethered to the dollar. It's much more reliable. You can see exactly where you stand. But I guess my point to you, Sasha, is that the risk of a complete meltdown from the algorithmic model is one that we need to perhaps talk about and maybe dismiss completely. But maybe you don't think that. I don't know.
Well, for me, there is always a risk. And
Yes.
While we are speaking about cryptocurrencies or the crypto world, the users are normally prepared for that, and that's the nature of the crypto world. While you are trying to move that to the traditional financial institutions, trying to assure everyone that it will always be stable, then we are stumbled across the perfectness of the algorithms, of the mathematical ones, which can be proven, but it's like there are not that many, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of I would say science and a lot of thinking behind. And unfortunately, as I can see, the traditional financial institution goes different way, because normally what being implemented by Visa, by those chains, it's not that scientific. They normally implement a stable coin differently, where
Yes.
indeed that's just a backed up coin, where you are trying to maintain its value out of like the artificial, like not mathematical algorithms. And that's I understand that it would be much better if it would be mathematical one, but seems to be that the implementers are not that bothered about that and not that motivated to do so. And there, in a crypto world, there are mathematical currencies. There are also managed currencies. Like, have you heard about MakerDAO and DAI? Where you have the stable coin and when you have the management coin, where when the let's say stability of the DAI started to shake, where there is some discrepancy between the promised value and something, with the managed token, you can, like, the community can decide what to do. And there are algorithms, and that's that's also algorithmic coin, but that's with the people management there, with the community management, with the common decision, which is again not the common way for those who implement that currently in a financial institutions, because, well, sorry to say that, that's the technology which traditional financial institutions are using now is not that advanced. And normally that's because it's, homemade, not that much thought put there, not much science put there, and probably that's a good reason, because the legislation is still not there. They're still thinking that's still not live, because if it would be live today, we all would be vulnerable. We all would say, okay, like, and mostly the stable coins, they would start at, like, my prediction that they will start to be used as a media of, like, settlement currency. Like, basically, when we want to implement crypto, but we're scared about the volatility, we start with the stable coin and we will do internal settlements in a stable coin. So we might be doing external ones in a traditional cryptocurrency, but convert that to the stable coin, because we need certain crypto to do the internal settlements. And if we are doing that in a digital currency, in a crypto, we have to have something which is stable.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
Unless, Alistair, we don't have central bank digital currency, unless we are not converting that with all the operations to the local digital currency. Basically, when we have a system and when we need to do operations in a cryptocurrency, we always want for our accounting, for our ledgers, to have something stable without volatility, at least to report by the end of the day, end of the month, or something which we can count in. And then we are looking for something which with predictable price. And if it's not stable coin, that may be central bank digital currency. And here my second question, or probably third question to you, how do you think, because currently that's a parallel process. There are enough stable coins now, and they are being developed by a lot of commercial financial organizations. But at the same time, most of the governments, I would say all of the governments, are thinking now about central bank digital currency implementation, which is a parallel process. How do you think those two will exist together? And basically, who will win? Is it elephant or whale?
And of course, we do not yet know. This all goes back to Libra, the idea that Facebook came out with, which was that big tech was going to invent and develop and own digital money. And it scared the living daylights out of the central bankers, who traditionally have exactly that job with fiat currency. They didn't want it to get away from them. However, they didn't know what the answer to the question was either. So central banking digital currencies, CBDCs, were then much debated, because what effectively happened with Libra is that Facebook tried to get MasterCard into a sort of cluster of big firms that understood financial services to create digital money. And they couldn't make it work. They couldn't agree what it looked like. So rather conveniently, it fell away. But by then, the central banks had realized we need to get hold of this as a concept. We need to develop our own version. It's centralized, it's owned by the government, it's run by the government. And the fear, certainly in the liberal community, is that that creates an element of control and oversight of what people spend their money on. if it's the only system. So you can imagine an autocratic regime, I won't name names, but this has been known to happen, autocratic regime that says you will spend all of your money using this digital money. It's run by the central bank. We have complete visibility of every single transaction from you to this person, from that business to you. All of that's super clear. It means that if you're in a snooping regime, you have nowhere to hide. If you've got nothing to hide, it's fine. If you have got something to hide, it will be found out immediately. The transparency is there. This is, of course, an advantage for digital money because you've got complete control and complete transparency. It can be seen as very positive. So they're the strengths and weaknesses of the CBDC. There are only really 4 or 5 out there at the moment. Everybody else is sitting around thinking about it. So the Bank of England has the Project Rosalind, which is gradually grinding through the gears of progressing towards what might become the digital pound. Similar sort of process with the Fed and the digital dollar. Sasha and I collaborated with the National Bank of Georgia last year and at the beginning of this year on 5 proofs of concept for a CBDC and the digital lari, so the Georgian digital money. And in fact, we only stopped because there was a sense that the political backdrop in that country at the moment doesn't really favor going any further with it. But we were ready, having looked at real estate escrow, having looked at a commemorative coin, which was a non-fungible token, having looked at a government bond that we invented with the help of a Lithuanian fintech called Axiology, that effectively we could bring this into modern day, everyday life in Tbilisi and across Georgia. So 3.7 million people, by putting it onto a digital capability, a mobile phone, part of the existing mobile apps that they have through their existing commercial bank relationships. So it's nearly there in some of these places. The less risk-averse countries are starting to think about this as a practical operational thing rather than just a bunch of concepts. So that's CBDC on the one hand. Stablecoin is a private thing. You can invent it. 150 of them are out there already and are operating. And as I say, the market cap approximately is $250 billion of value already if you combine all of them. So it's real, it's tangible, it's operational. But of course, it's more open to fraud and risk as well. But it's not centralized to the state, and it doesn't have all of those police state negatives associated with it. It's going to be fascinating. I think the answer, Sasha, to the question, though, is both of these things will run in parallel. They'll do similar things for similar people. There may come a point where the CBDC community really does get its act together and it dominates and pushes stablecoin out. At the moment, stablecoin is way ahead, but we'll see.
Well, yes. What I can see now, speaking about the EPAM's revenue of implementing such things, we are earning more implementing stablecoins than CBDC. But at the same time, everything which we're implementing is just in a pilot exploitation or going live, like nearly going live. And when I'm looking to CBDC, I can see the clear mechanism of going live and obliging people to have CBDC. Well, the country just asks to pay taxes in a digital currency, in a national digital currency, and then all people in the country will have wallets, will have currency, and that would be in use. Speaking about the national payment system is introducing stable coin as a media of the payments, that will depend on the use cases and for what can you use this coin to make it attractive for companies or for the people to have. Otherwise, why? You're not obliged, you are using something else, and especially when you feel it's dangerous. How do you think? What would be the best use cases for stable coins, or best winning use cases, which can help the technology to compete with the government push?
So there are several big opportunities, several areas here. Government payments it's a huge area, a lot of money going from the government to individuals. One thinks of social security payments and other such. The salaries of government employees.
Well, which I bet all would be in central bank digital currency.
Of course, it's the most obvious first step.
Yeah.
But already that's a lot. It's a high figure. It's a large volume of financial activity. But then if you extend it further to the payment of taxes and the payment of parking fines, all of that stuff, we're currently working on a project with Visa to use our experience from the Ukraine digital identity project that we did a couple of years back in Ukraine. You take EID as the unique identifier of an individual, and you make that the trigger point for paying in and out of the government for all of these different things we've just mentioned. So that could be made entirely digital. Why is that an advantage? Why is that a good thing? Speed, predictability, and visibility. So paying taxes, we can see if it's been paid or not. We can measure it exactly, but also we can do it quickly, so it's not a laborious process. That's got a huge amount of attraction to a government that has many things it needs to be doing. So that's the first one, and I think it's to be encouraged. But the second is perhaps even more important, which is streamlining cross-border payments. Cross-border payments are one of the great nightmares of the financial services world. The current process, known as correspondent banking, involves not just one bank in country A and one bank in country B, but a whole bunch of middle layer organizations through which it goes. It's slow, it's messy, it's expensive, and it's prone to error. It's woefully out of date. At the time when it was put together, it was the best way to do things. Potentially, stablecoin and CBDC, both of them solve this stuff because it's point 1 to point 2, that's it. So one of the great competitive...
Cross-border.
Yes.
Alistair, it's cross-border. It needs to be converted. Well, are we going to have fixes in central bank digital currency?
So this is one of the more cutting edge, bleeding edge perhaps ideas, but there has been a discussion between our colleagues in the National Bank of Georgia and their equivalents in the Central Bank of Turkey to take the whole trade route between those two countries. So Georgia's biggest trading partner is Turkey, okay? To put that all into digital money that is CBDC on both sides. So it's entirely visible, and the convertibility between those two currencies is understood and fixed and reliable. The savings to both countries across that huge volume of activity, potentially very large. This is only at the very high level conceptual stage at the moment. There's a long way to go, but you can see the way that is heading as a potential use case on a grand scale. All of these bilateral relationships across the globe. Yeah.
Alistair, please, excuse me, but when I hear it from the, when I need a cross-country payment, I will go to Ripple network without any conversion or to USDT, and then I will not pay conversion fees. Like, okay, I know about the corresponding banking. At least, well, we eliminate that, but with CBDC, we will still need to convert, and then there would be the courses, the market makers, all of that. Well, I prefer to have a stable coin which is stable and across the globe the same, and settle that without extra, I'm coming from a different world because you all tell me, but legislation's there.
When it comes back to the battleground between these two forms of digital money, stablecoin wins the game. Exactly for the reasons you described. Okay, so that's another one though. I think we can talk also about, what else have I got here? Remittances. So if you look at foreign workers paying their money back to the original country from which they come, Western Union and all of those lovely remittance companies are charging quite a lot of money. Okay. So if we can make this faster and cheaper, then we're really on a very high volume of activity that moves from that existing traditional set of players across to stablecoin. I think that will happen. I think it's started to happen already, and we've got some good
Yeah,
evidence.
that's my word. I already know a lot of solutions like this, and I already know about like the third world countries where most of the remittance is done in a stable coins, and that's the reason they have the majority of the wallets and something. So this it's probably will reach the developed world soon, and that's what we actually see now. But I would say that if we will look globally, it's already happening to the great extent. I mean, all those amount of the stable coins, that's mostly remittance.
Yes, exactly. So, but they're not alone, of course. Everybody in the fintech and financial services world has spotted this as a problem 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So there are lots of fintechs addressing this thing. So TransferWise, effectively a pair of Estonians, one of whom was effectively, he was working in London for Deloitte, and what he was trying to do was send money back to Tallinn, where he came from. And the fees he was paying were so high, he thought there has to be a solution to this. So he's effectively invented this company, which has now been rebranded as just the word Wise. Its market cap is huge, and he's a multi-billionaire as a result of finding a solution that is effectively a different blend, different version of this same problem being resolved with new technology. And the fees, of course, are much lower. So the winner here is the consumer. There's no doubt about it.
Alistair, I'm afraid that we are at the end of our wonderful conversation. I can talk to you hours and hours, but I'm not sure, like we need to look if we have any questions from the public. And I do have a little elf helper who will tell me where the questions are and if we have anything. And then I will phrase, oh yes, we have see the question.
I just found the column.
CBDC gain traction. How do we prevent a big brother scenario with programmable money?
I started talking about this. China has got its own digital currency. Out of the population of whatever it is, 1.3 or 4 billion people, about 250 million have adopted it. It's a terrifying prospect that if an autocratic regime like that say, okay, no credit cards, no debit cards, no cash, it's all going to be central banking digital money in China. They will be able to see absolutely everything. And frankly, if I'm running China, that's what I'll do, because then I can see absolutely everything they're all doing. So if the criminals get chucked in jail, without fail. So what we need to do, and this is one of the great sticking points for CBDCs right now, is we cannot let that happen. It's just totally impossible. But the good news is that I don't think it will, because the history of money is that we have these layers. We mentioned checks earlier. Checks are still popular in some bits of America, in France, etc., and Hong Kong, by all account, to pay school fees. Cash is still there, despite the fact that the Swedes, up until 2 years ago, were bragging about making Sweden the first cashless society. They've now changed their minds. They want to make sure it's still in there, because in some cases, with some people, in some parts of the country, it's the best way. So what you end up with is multi-channel, multi-capability. And I think CBDC won't be exclusive. I think it'll just be one of the things that's out there, along with all of these other mechanisms. So at the very best, it'll be partially, potentially Big Brother. That's not much of a police state.
Well, Alistair, can I add to that? I do believe that any government, not only China government, would like to control that completely. And the CBDC is like a holy grail for that, because all the taxes are being paid, everything is white, everything is known, who is rich, who is not. Nobody can hide anything. Alistair, how do you think? But currently we have FATF, which is speaking about anti-money laundering and advising other governments how the payments should be done. Do you think that there would be organization, or would FATF do that, or somebody else who will advise governances how to manage CBDC fairly, not to not to discriminate people, or like do you think that it will happen or not? Does it have a chance? Do we
There's-
believe in that society?
So there's a key word in finance in general, banking in general, which is this 5-letter word, trust. The reason the big banks survive is because ultimately we trust them, whether that's the right attitude or not. They are perhaps more trustworthy than most other organizations out there, which is why they survive. CBDCs have got to have the same level of trust. And the problem at the moment with governments that would be in charge of CBDCs through their central banks is that there's a lack of trust developing on an absolutely huge global scale, as we can see if we read the newspapers every morning, as I regrettably do myself. So it's problematic. It really is problematic. I don't think there's an easy answer to that. But I think this is coming anyway. And I think the get out clause, looking at the question that I can see here posed at 8:12 p.m., is that the Big Brother scenario will only be partially true. I think if it's legitimate, it's the payment of taxes, because tax avoidance is one of the things that undermines a government's ability to get its job done. So years ago, I once read, I think the Italian tax avoidance level was about 16%, and the Greek was twice as much. So there's a lot of money that's just not going into the right place. So if this thing solves that problem, and I dare say my stats are out of date badly, but worldwide there's a lot of tax that remains unpaid. So there's a lot of progress to be made, and I think that's a positive thing.
Do we have next question? Yes. Well, Alistair, question. Won't CBDC develop in Europe compete directly with the commercial banks? If yes, that cannot be great for the economy.
It can. The commercial banks need to kick up the backside every single year because they're incredibly inefficient. One of the things that they might be doing at the commercial banks is saying, okay, if we are the conduit for commercial CBDCs to go through into society, then they're part of a bigger process. The way to see this and imagine it is hub and spoke. So the central banks dictate policy, but put together the essential mechanism, in this case, CBDCs. And then it's down the spokes of the wheel, if you like, to the individual commercial banks to release the money through their systems into society. That's what we were trying to do in Georgia. And we may yet come back to it because we got to the point where the mobile app on the phone for each individual bank, and there are only 2 big banks in Georgia, so you can get the whole team around the same table, basically. You could put digital lari as part of the payment methods available through the same app through those 2 main commercial banks. So the relationship the relationship between central banks and commercial banks is always slightly different from country to country, but that basic principle applies. So if anything else, what it does is enable the commercial banks to add an extra layer to the payment channels that they enable.
Well, I haven't seen any central bank who said that they're ready to maintain individual retail accounts, which means that central banks will issue the currency and then distribute that to the commercial banks who will execute at least retail. And most likely acquiring will come also from a commercial bank. So the as usual, central bank would only control and issue.
Which means it remains to be seen. Go on. I think it remains to be seen how much responsibility the central banks want to take. And they could become full-on bankers effectively and take over the whole process. I don't think they want to. I think a lot of them are basically PhD economists who'd rather be in the back room just thinking about the concepts, but not actually executing them. They want to leave that to the commercial banks. So in many cases, there'll be a balanced relationship to enable this to happen. But let's see, we don't know.
Well, I still doubt if we will look to how much the central bank will need to invest for the whole structure of maintaining retail accounts with all the support and everything. Well, it's hardly seen possible anytime soon in any relatively big country, and which leads us to the services which the commercial banks are offering to the generic public over CBDC, which means that still extra fees and extra cost. And when we are speaking about the cheapness of the transactions, there still needs to be the agreement with the commercial banks, which still wants to earn money. So I don't see that much benefits here in such an implementation, because we still have the commercial banks as a middleman in between governance who's issuing money and the people who are using money. But probably we will save on technology. Probably technology-wise, it would be easy traceable, all this auditability, which will lower down the cost of the commercial bank, and we will have the lower cost of maintaining money, which probably will result on us having the money services at slightly lower cost.
I agree.
But the structure, I think, will stay the same, because even if we will look how much the ordinary central bank will need to do to get rid of the middleman in terms of the commercial bank and offer the services which a commercial bank is offering, or at least a half of the services of maintaining accounts and restoring accounts and something like this, and doing KYC, then I do not expect that it will happen in England soon or in any European country soon.
No, I do agree. As I said earlier, the balance between central banks and commercial banks is different from country to country, and the level of power and the distribution of capability is different. But ultimately, the commercial banks take the main pressure here. Here's a thought. I go to quite a lot of payments and banking conferences, and there's a man who pops up every conference without fail. Stuart Bailey works for Lloyds Banking Group, fantastic guy. And he says, what are you learning out there? Because I know that when finally the Bank of England does decide on a digital pound, they'll be knocking on my door and the equivalent door at Barclays and NatWest and 3 or 4 of the other banks. It'll be the same 6, 7, 8, 9 banks who will have to do all the work. His nightmare is that he gets this tidal wave that moves into his inbox at high speed, and he's got to solve all of the operational problems. It's going to land on him as the commercial, the payments head for Lloyds Banking Group. So what he's feeding off is what I'm learning in Tbilisi when we go to figure out these things in countries which have a less risk-averse approach to these things. And this is where EPAM is such a powerful company, because we can take our learnings from country X and put them into country Y. That's very, very popular, because it gives them a 2 or 3 year advance notice as to what they have to do.
Yes, and here I again need to mention that we also doing the stable coins, and those who wants to implement the stable coins, we also have a huge experience of doing that in Europe and Middle East, and that's equal. And I would say even we are doing more stable coins than CBDC right now. And dear elves, show us more questions if we have. Yes, cross-border payments, which are blockchain most popular. Why hasn't adoption taken off yet? And what is missing? Alistair, I would answer after you.
Okay, so what's missing obviously is international collaboration. We've talked about this earlier, where convertibility within one country is complicated enough. Once you get over the border, you've got to do that a second time. You've got to have an understanding of the rules of the game. And there is an Islamic banking version of this, where in fact money doesn't move across borders at all. You've got just 2 pots, one on either side of the border, and there's an agreement under Sharia law, effectively, that this has to disappear down by 20%, this has to go up by 20%, and they understand what it is, and they just reach an agreement. So no fees are charged, and it's a lot slicker because actually no money moves across the border at all. Meanwhile, the real question is about real-time money moving across the borders. I think both of these mechanisms will be faster and better. I mean, CBDCs and stablecoins, both will be better than the existing correspondent banking mechanism, because it's just so clunky and it is 20, 30 years out of date. that's already progress, but there's a lot of work to do there because of that complexity that you've mentioned.
And now the answer from a crypto side. Guys, I can implement the cross-border payments for any bank within a week. Installing their Bitcoin node, Ethereum node, getting them the wallet and transferring the money whatever they want. Also connecting them to the Ripple network, and you can see on the map how many banks are connected to the Ripple network. I mean, easy. The problem is how to make it legal, how to do the reporting, the data reporting on that. While you're speaking about why all those cross-border payments in a crypto are not mass adoption now, I will say that's not a technology at all. And that's not a conversion. We don't need a conversion. Do that in Ethereum and Bitcoin, or do that in the USDT. The problem is that the legislation is not there, that the organizations, not in like what the major financial institutions, which are doing the majority of those payments in the various countries, they're not going live, although they normally have the solution already. Pilots, we did hundreds of pilots and POCs, but they cannot go live because they will need to report on a cryptocurrency on their accounts. They need to do the taxation. They need to do a lot. And that's also connected to the reputational risk because of the volatility, because somebody lost their Bitcoin wallet, or because somebody will be hacked. And all of this needs to be taken care of by the traditional financial institution, which is traditionally very slow in changing their processes. And even when the legislations would be done, because like, well, we have some countries where that's more advanced than in other countries, it still takes time for the traditional financial institution to get used to that, to get all the recommendations, to get all the audits, all the accounting changed or processes written and then implemented. That's why it is slow. For me, it's not technology. That's slow. That's slow, and implementation of the law is a processes within the companies.
I was on stage 10 days ago at EBA Day, the 2-day conference in Paris, with the Bain representative for open banking worldwide, me, the Barclays lady who had a very strong point of view, and the cybersecurity guy. What was really interesting was that the Barclays woman simply said this: financial institutions that are incumbent and very well established have an enormous risk department, and it's there for a reason, because they want to survive as an organization. So the first thing they do is define risk really, really, really carefully, and yes, very slowly. It slows down the process of innovation, and it's quite deliberate. And she said, I love all this fintech stuff. It's really exciting, and I have all these wonderful conversations. But then I go to write my risk department, and they just go, hang on, just wait a minute. Let's calculate what this is. What's the risk here in financial terms? Can we put a number on it? And when they do, of course, the number is eye-wateringly large and terrifying. So as often as not, an innovation is at least postponed, if not completely stopped. So that's one of the reasons why this stuff just isn't happening as fluently as possible. And you get alternative providers like Revolut, that's gone from being a tiny organization to hugely successful in a relatively short period of time, and now has a market cap that's as large as some of the incumbent banks. It's an alternative. There has to be an alternative method. Revolut eventually, though, they'll develop their own risk department for the same reason, because they want to survive.
It would eventually slow down the same way. Which means that we are doomed. We are close to the talking the whole hour and winning to be the largest presentation over the whole event. Do we have more questions? Or real-time payments?
Why would they switch? Yeah. Okay. And I think the answer is the main things we've mentioned here, which is measurability, auditability, visibility, and speed. And ultimately, it should be
double spends.
yes, it should be cheaper as well. So they're the main headline reasons. Blockchain based, yes, but not completely blockchain, by the way. If you look at what we've done with our Finality project, which we haven't mentioned yet, so real-time gross settlement, most of that technology is robust, but it's very old and it needs to be replaced. I'm currently sitting in Armenia, where the central bank here has got an entire RTGS replacement scheme, and the RFP to do so comes out in a month or two's time. They know that we've built one, so we're in the box seat to answer that RFP. Finality was a consortium of about 12 banks that put $2 to $3 million each into the program in order to build a much faster, slicker RTGS system using blockchain technology. They overstated the blockchain requirement within that. So we did some very good blue sky thinking that said, there's a bit of blockchain in here, but frankly, it's optional. It's not necessary. But then we took the whole thing to minimum viable product. We recognized that it then needed a little bit of rethinking and ultimately took it to full product status, ratified it as a new payments channel with the Bank of England. And now various of those original consortium of banks are actually using it themselves. So UBS, Lloyds, Santander being the three leaders. Next step for Finality is to Americanize the whole thing, so to ratify the payment process as built by us with the Fed in America. So they've changed their C-suite. Their new CEO is, guess what, ex of the Fed. That way we'll get this through in some way because she knows how it works. And she's transatlantic between New York and London all the time. It's a great flagship example of EPAM developing something from absolutely nothing right into reality. It's very good for our reputation. And it shows that it is worthwhile. Actually getting it to be adopted is very, very hard. Great opportunity for us to work with the integration of the Finality RTGS system into all of the complex tech stacks of all of the big banks. That's great work for us, but it's slow. They make their decisions based on other criteria. They may not want to use EPAM even though we built the damn thing, and we're very good at integrating new technology into old technology, but each time we have to resell it. But it's a case where effectively, and this is an answer to your question, Mumtaz, effectively the net result is that it is faster, it is cheaper, and it is better. My God, it's complicated.
My drop of wisdom here is that while it's crypto, that's why it's digital, truly digital, that's less risky because all the digital currencies right now and all the real-time payment associated with the gap between clearing and settlement. And only when you implement that through the digital currency, that's instantaneous. When you have a gap between clearing and settlement, means that you are risking the double spend. And when it's true digital money, that's cannot happen. And that's not because the users will switch to that. Users don't care and don't know. That's because of the providers of those payments will switch to that because it's safer and cheaper. Next question, dear elves.
Funny. They've run out.
I think we've done. Alistair, it was a great pleasure of having you and listening for those wisdom and to listening to those insights from the traditional financial world. We love that, and we love to see how our forces emerging. Because let's say the truth to everyone. Last year, on almost every project, we are working together.
Yes,
which
indeed.
means that it's not a crypto anymore, traditional FS anymore. No, that's always collaboration. And that was a pleasure. We hope that it would be more and more collaboration and we'll jointly move the financial landscape towards all things possible. CBDCs, stablecoins, DeFi instruments, stop me, I can say a lot, like prediction markets and all of that. But thank you, Alistair. And everyone, that was the last presentation of today. Tomorrow there would be again the day full of the great content. Let's say thank to Alistair and stay with us, connect tomorrow and enjoy our conference. Thank you for being with us. Bye-bye.